Felicitations, my family of fledglings. Ghosts, it's so good to unsee you as well. Welcome to another time zone with yours truly, Damien Halme, disruptor of the status quo, breaker of minds, changer of paradigms. Are you stuck in a rut with your thinking? Are you dissatisfied with the way things have been going in your life? Do you spend your off time? This wasn't the music I was hoping to intro to. Oh, this music tears apart my... Hang on. This is so cheery. So cheery. That's not where I wanted to start. Emotionally. Emotional vibe is all off. It's all bad. We gotta do something else about this. Hang on. Yes, it's also too cherry. Too cheery and too cherry. All of the above. All right, we're gonna change that up. Okay, welcome. Yes, I have devoted my streaming career to remapping the mindset that's incapable of getting out of its own thought processes, introducing you to other viewpoints, introducing you to opposing viewpoints, and the motivations thereof. Don't get me wrong, this is not a place to platform all ideas, but we'll at least look at every idea and critique, sometimes harshly, those opposing channels. And once we understand the motivations behind somebody, we then have, we're within striking range to damage thought processes that they themselves are harmful or cause greater suffering in the world. And so we navigate better for it. That's the whole thing. That's what we do here. We also play games. We've been playing spooky games this Spooktober season, and it's almost halfway into November, and we still have a spooky game every weekend because we started a game that just happens to be really, really long. Alan Wake 2. That happens Saturdays and Sundays for now, and then we go back to our unbeaten Mother 3 and other Mother games and take a look at finishing the missed series of games as well, if possible. Lots of stuff going on. But tonight, Wednesdays in general, are discourse nights. What is a discourse? Discourse is we get together and we chat about deep topics and analysis. An analysis. That's hard to say very quick. An analysis of those topics. Yes. These things will happen as well. Most Wednesdays. Akumu, hello and welcome. Thank you for the chills. I'm not gonna lie. It still works. And speaking of, hello. That is a Troa. Hi, welcome. I have 2 alert boxes on my vertical screen. I need to fix that. I fixed that. That's right. That's how fast live production works here. I see a problem and I fix it. That is not the case. I'm completely joking. Most of the time, I can't fix anything that fast. I might still be streaming to Instagram only for 1 hour because Instagram continues to kick me out after that hour is up. So, if anybody knows how to make Instagram stream longer than an hour, please let me know. We stream on 4 different platforms. Every time we stream, we are live on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and Instagram for at least the first hour of every show. We usually stream for 5 hours from 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific onward. Hi and welcome. You're here because you want to understand how to better your time playing PC games, and I'm gonna help you out. Because why not? Why shouldn't we? Why shouldn't we treat ourselves with a little bit of optimization in something that you probably all like to do for fun? You're all probably doing it wrong. That's right, I'm calling you all out. Heroes just popping in to set my lurk, feeling especially dead today. Thank you for the lurk support, please. As essentially the royal of self-care of our channel, please make yourself as self-cared as you can. Sorry to hear you're not feeling so hot. Have you been able to check out the new Enshrouded stuff? It was a thought I had. I asked the folks a little bit too late if other people would be interested in doing Enshrouded things tonight. And tonight, everybody is either busy or falling asleep or something. So it's not a great night. We'll have to pre-plan a little bit ahead so that our night doesn't get scheduled out with other activities. But especially lots of free company things in Final Fantasy XIV happening tonight. The sort of which I am not eligible to participate still because I'm still playing massive catch-up in that game. So, Enshrouded will have to wait for another time. But I'm really excited to get into the new content, for sure. And we will do it on stream. Yeah. Damien, serious. Music, happy, I love everyone. I know, it's awful. Mother is so long, but it's so good. I've been enjoying every bit of it. Honestly, it's a really good game. It's really good. Mother 1 was challenging because of the RNG. The map RNG was the most unfair of any RPG I've ever played in my entire life. Ever. But Mother 2 and 3 were a treat. Really, absolutely enjoyable. Howls Echo in the Night, scaring multiple defenseless YouTube viewers who weren't armed with the ad blocker. Oh, those howls are part. Or are you saying ad howls? Are the advertisements howling at you, or is that just a Kumu? If I was deaf, your captions are really inaccurate. I know. They try. They don't succeed, but they try. No, they succeed. I don't know, some percentage of the time. I found that I can't read them because they throw me off so bad because of how inaccurate they are. So if anybody knows a great, preferably free live translation or live speech to text application, please let me know. Nico's helping Botha, then Onyx running EX3. Oh, I thought it was the other way around. I thought EX3 started early and Botha didn't start until like an hour and almost an hour ago. Yeah. I know some of these things, but not all of these things. Yeah. I don't know anymore. Yeah, me either. I only pretend to know some things. All right. Let's how are we going to do this? What's a good way to get involved with this? I do have a Final Fantasy character who I think I haven't set up appropriate bars for yet. But maybe that's the wrong way to look at it, because it's good to have a character that has everything set up. Or has all the jobs unlocked, which would be my main character. We could just do this in a new game entirely that's not Final Fantasy. Damien and I have an idea. You have to plan everything you have to say. Script the... interesting. I'm curious how you would script my reading of the chat and other people, my reaction to other people's things that they say. Write it down and read the script. I think that would be boring. I mean, I'm a YouTuber also. I could just make a YouTube video then instead of going live, right? At that point. Yeah, I think so. Maybe what we'll do is an analysis of what I have set up on Final Fantasy, but I'll need to do some copious MS Paint work. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pull up Paint, predict everything, every comment, everything. Oh, if you feel like those things are easy to do, then you and I need to talk, because I have some I have a lot of questions. I have so many questions about what is possible with you. How do I not have paint ready at any given moment? Whoa. Whoa. Why is paint broken? Not broken. It's just, yeah, that's broken on my screen. Can we switch screens? Can we do something else here? Let's do this screen, which does not show paint. So how are we going to change this? What we do is we use a display capture instead of game capture. So game capture's there. Let's turn off the game. Bear with me. Game is off. Turn on the display. Hey, the game is back. This could work. This could work. Make this wider so we have more access to everything. Maybe put it up in yon corner. So chat, I can still see chat just fine. Do something kind of like that. It's pretty good. We'll get in close too. This is so bright. Is there a dark mode? Can there be a dark mode for paint? Probably not. It's the best thing I could probably do is grab the paint bucket and just fill this with black. That's at least something. Oh, there's settings. Dark mode. Dark mode. Oh, that's so much nicer. Thank goodness. Always 6 hours early. I really need to understand endangerment's powers. Really do. You know what I'm great at? Giving up. Me too. No, I'm bad at giving up, but I'm good at telling everybody that something is still going on that probably should have died a long time ago. Yeah. Damien is a divination professional? No, but I think endangerment might be. Nico! Hello and welcome, my dude. Let's give some shout outs to Mr. Nico Crushing, who should be doing excellent end of game Final Fantasy things, of which I am jelly, until I one day can also be doing those things. Working on it. We're working on it. Let's do a shout out. Play the clip. Roll that beautiful beat footage. Oh my. This is an entirely different Final Fantasy. Yo, dog, I heard you like Final Fantasy.
I think we got her.
Strength. Extraordinary.
It was the weapon.
No, I died.
Mark
Wait,
of true.
double KO? What does that mean?
Did
I think we got it.
uh-oh.
Jesus. So what does that mean, though?
Does it count? Did it count? Tell me it counted.
Wait, we...
Yeah. I hope that worked for you. I'm gonna sleepy and work. You have to be sleepy and go do work? Oh, that's a bad combination. Well, hope you don't have to work too much. Please sleep well. Watch the VOD so you figure out what you're doing wrong. Yeah. Thanks for popping in. What is it wrong? Why is and your PC control game, PC game control scheme? I have no idea what you just typed. I think you are sleepy. If you're having a stroke, please call 911. Yeah. It counted? Oh, nice. That's fun. That's a fun way to end things. Good job. Okay. I also am missing a window for Instagram. So bear with me while we sort one out here. Perf. Beautiful. I love it. It's exactly what I've always dreamed of. A big bar of nothing. It looks like I'm censoring the game somehow. Thanks for letting me do live production on maybe a stream you're not watching. The vertical streams and the horizontal streams have two completely different setups. Now let's try this out. Well, that's interesting. So my mouse does weird mouse trails on one screen, but not on the other. That's pretty weird. Can we go? Oh, we're gonna make this work so that this isn't doing the weirdness. Properties. It's got to be paint. I don't know what else it could be. Yeah, it's just gonna be really weird with the cursor whenever I do this. Okay. Can we get a white drawing on this? I have pencil. I have white selected. This should work, in theory. But I'm not seeing anything get drawn. I mean, I'm no stranger to using paint for things. You would think that this would work. Do I need like a new layer or something? Pencil? I don't need this on a new layer. Can we just do a brush then? Nothing. No white, no black, no any color. Do we need a new layer to make this happen? There's white. Oh, it needs to be the top. I get it. It needs to be the top color. It's been a long time since I have used, or I guess what I need to say is I haven't used Windows 11 Paint at all. And the two color chooser looks way different. I got lost. So, your control scheme. Let's talk about what's wrong with it. Your control scheme is probably, let's just start from the top. We've got some keys that, man, that's bad. You're going to start with your grave key over here. It's not a tombstone, I promise. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., etc. I could probably use the square key for these, couldn't I? We do that instead. It's probably more pretty. More pretty. We do it like that. Oh, look how nice these look. Is there like a Control D or Shift D or any D to copy paste? We just copy paste. Can we copy these? Wow, can't even do that? Okay, well, whatever. Can we at least make these perfectly square? Looks like we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to stop at 6 here. We have a Q that's going to pop up kind of like right in between, what, 1 and 2? Q, W, E, R, T, and Y. We got this big old key over here too. Can't forget about it. Wow. The Instagram method is Garbo, so we need like a different methodology because for some reason it's pretty awful. So can we just what are we even on right now? Don't know, but it's not the center display. We'll fix Instagram and then we'll continue from there. Instagram needs some love. Major love. That would be my name if I were in the army. What a dumb joke. Don't listen to me. I just woke up. All right. We're back in biz. I can see it now on Insta. Great. Hopefully it'll behave itself this time. Okay. So you got your court row, your courty row. Hi, Rush. Raise his hand. Mr. Damien, what if I don't have a PC game control scheme? That means you probably punch your mic like I just did. What that would usually mean is you're playing default keys if you play on a PC at all. That's my guess, right? In which case, good news for you. You also still need the stream because you were also wrong. And I'm happy to help. I am Dr. Control Scheme. I'm here to teach you the ways. I will fix you up, Rush. That's what we will do. Fix you right up. ASD. I still remember what QWERTY looks like. ASDF. And then we'll do G and H. Yeah, we'll do G and H. Why not? Boom and boom. Nope, I strictly play controller. What if you are playing a game that is on a PC and it does not do controller support? I said ass. I say that a lot. All the time. Just kidding, I don't. I don't have Tourette's, I don't think. Not last time I checked. Do you remember there was a while where if you were like a young girl, there was a chance that you might be trying to copy somebody with Tourette's for internet clout? That was a thing that happened for a while. Now I think I've seen some evidence of people trying to be or pretending to be trans for trans clout. It's like the new blackface. What is going on with that? Probably just clout chasing. That's probably good enough. I think that's all we need. We should probably also do some sort of mouse thing. Can we draw? Can we hand draw a mouse? I feel a little bit weird about this. We'll give it a shot. Can we just do? Oh, this is actually. Let's just do. Yeah, like a real space age looking mouse, right? We're probably gonna have to freehand the rest of the details here. Oh, that is way too thin. We need a voluptuous brush. Can we get voluptuous in here? Well, we probably need this brush stroke. How do we get the thickness? Maybe we don't. Maybe there's only thin. I mean, we are just playing with paint. Somehow it came out thicker, though. Left, right. Middle. We'll do this. There's a reason I'm doing this. Everybody probably has at least a forward and back browse button. And if there are other keys, we can't make that assumption. People got different mice. And not everybody's mouse works the same way. Do you have a wired mouse or do you have a wireless? This will at least sell to the people who come late in stream what they're looking at. Yeah. I force controller scheme? I'm curious how. I've never thought you to be a forceful person, but maybe I just don't know you that way. Only exception being Dawn of War 1. That one I actually play with mouse and keyboard. There you go. Mr. Damien, what is a mouse? How dare you? My mouse has wire, but it also has 1 through 12 on the side. Nice. I know one other person that's got that like sweet mouse configuration. For me, I would get so lost. I don't know that that's a manageable amount of keys for me. It sounds fun. It sounds interesting to try. But I also don't know what I could do with that many buttons.
What's wrong, Doug?
Mika!
I'm right as the mail.
welcome to my camp on how to fix your keyboard and mouse configuration in PC games. I drank the last of my water just before stream. I was really thirsty. I said I promise I will get water before I start my stream, and then I ran out of time. So I'm gonna go get water. I'm gonna go on a quick BRB because Mika deserves my actual response to care, and I should have done better. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Problem. Wait, is it just me or does that man not have a head? Is he dead?
What?
Yeah, he doesn't have a head.
Oh my.
Well, ain't that a curious thing? What the hell?
I'll be damned.
These city folks, I don't know. I can't keep up with the fashion.
I seen a lost something. Y'all seen my head?
Weren't you the fellow that was on the train?
Goddamn dredging tool.
Hey, there's a note wedged in here.
Indy, I know you'll find this sooner or later.
What?
The Nazis have kidnapped me.
What?
They must have found something because it looks like we're leaving soon.
What?
Hurry, I need your help.
Is there a note in this?
Signed Sophia.
Yeah. Did this seriously just happen? Did this seriously just happen? Sophia. You put your note in a shovel, Sophia. Okay. All right. What are we going to do? All right. Sophia.
Wait. Hi. Oh, no. I can't do this from the screen. Oh, I messed the screen up. I need the screen. Hi, and welcome back. Hi, and welcome back. No, I didn't. Akuma, no. No, Akuma. No, I didn't forget my water. It's right here. It's right here. Like I said, I just drank it all right before stream. That's all that happened, Akumu. Thanks for the reminder. Okay, and the other parts of self-care. Yes, stretch and posture check. Thank you. While I'm doing that, let's catch up with the rest of the chat. Also, I forced control scheme, but just plugging controller. The game translates all, if not most, commands. Emphasis on the most. I don't know. Two things. One, you won't have enough keys for some games, like Final Fantasy. And two, I don't trust that all games will map you correctly. Yeah. Stretch the legs. I don't have a leg cam. One day, if you all make me a big streamer, maybe I'll make that happen. But for now, that's not your user container. I have some bad news about the Brighter Days Ahead container, and it's kind of fitting for our situation these days. I will take pictures and I will show you, because I don't know how else to explain it to you, but I will show you. Yeah. Thank you for the self-care, Mika. Your control scheme is probably... Oh, how can we do this? We'll just do this because I know a lot of people will look at this and get confused. I'll just set this up while some of you are going on ad break right now. Otherwise, some folks are going to look at this and be like, what is happening? There's a reason I want to leave open spaces in my in my characters here, and that's so when I do the paint drop thing, it doesn't get stuck inside of a bound space. Right. This is going to look so good when it's done. Look at how good this is looking already. This isn't looking that great, but... Oh, it's not shift. This is caps, isn't it? Who uses caps? I don't even use caps lock to lock my caps when I need to lock my caps. This is A for most people. You use caps lock? For the for the chills. Right. D. F. What comes after F? G and H? Okay. I have to look at my keyboard to see some of these. To remember how some of this goes. There's an H. This one, shift. Welcome back from break, those of you who went on a brief ad break. My open question to you all is still, if you would prefer the longer ad breaks but have fewer of them, or if what we're doing is fine. It seems like so far what we're doing is fine, but I do like to ask this so everybody's got representation. So use V and then the B down here, right? Yeah. Fact of the matter is, we could do 3-minute ad breaks, then you have 57 minutes of ad-free viewership. But the way it is right now, we have 1.5 minute breaks, and you have the rest of the half hour free. You know, this is basically there, but I think it would be remiss to not add some things else. We should probably do this because a lot of folks use this button. Some folks use one of these. And there's a good many folks that just for shiggles, just for the shiggles, they'll use this one too. Whoa, the whole thing shifted on me. And yelling. You know, I literally just hold down the shift key with my right pinky and then I type normally. And then I let go. I'd never use the caps button. That's why I ask. So this one is I'm online instead of draw. How did that happen? Oh, it got small again. Can we make this bigger? There we go. That is too large of a C though. Control. We don't have room for CTRL. So I'll just do CTL. That's basically. Nobody's going to look at that and say, I don't know what that key is because you don't have the R in there. Alt. And I don't know, like Saturn with a martini glass with some fluid in there. Whoops. Yeah, a little martini glass there. Because that's the space bar. Okay. That's awful. I'll go home now. Wait, I am home. Right. So, that's happening. This is a thing. So the way most of you will probably have this set up is, can we do this on another layer? Oh, I think we can. This is so cool that Windows 7 does this on layers. This layer is going to have to go under, though, to make this happen. Your movement keys, let's make those green, shall we? We'll do some fat. Yeah. Okay, that's awful. How do I change green again? Make this black. Green. Right. Let's see if this works. This goes underneath. It does. Okay. So you got your move keys here. You got a move, a move, a move. What is happening? There are black lines that I added that I forgot about adding. Sketch, what's going on? Hi and welcome. For FPS games, WASD to move. What happened?
Troa says hi, I just subscribed.
Well, Troa, I don't know how this happened, but an anonymous gifter has stepped in before you can put your Prime sub here. You've officially been cut off from using your Prime sub. I think those are fighting words, actually. Well, welcome to your resubbed life. And this one's on anonymous. So now you can go spend that Prime sub on, gosh, I don't know. It's been so many seasons of our life where you haven't had to do that, that I don't know who you're going to spend Prime on. Oh, okay. Thanks for the gift. I didn't just resub on Sun. I have no idea. I have no idea. Your account and Twitch are in some sort of weird blood feud, and I'm not quite sure what's going on there. All right, Sketchy says, for FPS games, WASD to move, left control to change stance. Okay, I've seen that one. Space to jump. I've seen that one pretty often too. Q to ping or spot. Interesting, interesting. I could see that. Sort of like your, this is my targeting button, right? Caps for push to talk? Oh, that's interesting. I don't know too many people that use caps for that, but why not? I mean, what else are you going to use caps for while you're playing a game? X is to change fire mode. That seems to make sense. It's pretty close to everything. But it's not like immediate. Like Q is a thing you need much more like while you're playing the game, right? You got E to interact. That's a great interact button. So many people use F, and I think F is a little far. E makes a lot more sense to me. Left click to shoot, right click to aim. That'll make sense. Those are usually defaults. Scroll wheel up and down to change weapons. Again, that makes sense. Mouse 4 to melee. I like that. I like that. Mouse 5 for lethal grenades. I could see that. Yeah, I like that too. And G for tactical grenades. You've skipped F and R. I'm assuming R is going to be your reload. But I wonder what F is and if you use Z and X. Or if you use the numbers at all. Because those are pretty close. Those are right above you. T for one, I want to tell someone I've slept. Nice. I must have angered the Bezos bozo. Is that needs to be an official term in their company. R is reload, and you don't use F. Interesting. Interesting. So these are our move keys for most people. Some people do have like an up and a down. Can we do those in like just a different green, perhaps? Let's do those in blue. Man, it keeps wanting to choose my background color, not my foreground. So much like Sketchy, I think usually you'll have a down there and an up here. And I say that very specifically this way because I want you to use the same control scheme for more games than just one or two that you play, and then other ones you sort of default to whatever they have. Not all games are set in flat space. You do have games that have more verticality. You have games where you have jetpacks, where you do swimming and you need to swim up and swim down. You have games where you are maybe navigating through space, through three-dimensional space, or you're flying something or whatever. You also have games where there's climbing involved. There is an up and down mechanic. So while your WASD takes care of your X and Y axis, that'd be your, forwards, lefts and rights and backs. You still have games where you need to go up and down. Maybe I should do it this way. Up and down. And you should have some up and down idea of what to do. So like Sketchy, I think this is actually pretty common. And so I'm just putting it down like it's everybody else's here as well. Spacebar is usually some form of up. In a lot of games, especially if you're playing first-person shooters and they're just realistic, you don't have jetpacks, you're not like flying through three-dimensional space or doing anything like extra sci-fi, then spacebar is just jump. that's still verticality because you still sometimes need to jump up to another level, jump across platforms, whatever. It is a z-axis modifier. That is your up, right? And control can sometimes in games be a down, whether that's a duck or toggling between crouch and prone, or sneak. Sneak is also, you're hunkering downwards. So you've got your ups and downs, and they're, in the same place down at the bottom of the keyboard. So I can see that working. R is reload. I just don't use F. Numbers are for kill streaks. What? That's got to be bespoke to like one specific game. What do you mean kill streaks? And left shift is to sprint. Yeah, let's do this because this is also going to be a movement modifier here. That's going to be just speedy everything. In some games, you can even use shift with your spacebar or control to go faster up and faster down. Like you've got games where you're floating around in space and you're on some sort of a jetpack system and you hold shift and it's like your burner. So you can expend like extra fuel to shoot yourself higher even faster. That sort of thing. I could see that being the case. So let's see. Combat. Let's do combat in this deeper red, the dark red. The bright red, I think, is going to be too bright. No, actually, that's going to work out okay. R is going to be almost always some kind of reload, which means it's going to be a tactical press this button real quick while you are playing and in mid-combat. It's not going to be an out-of-combat button. It's definitely going to be an in-combat button. It's there. It's required. You got to press it. You got to press it fast, sort of thing. I would also say more often than not, your buttons or your numbers are going to be weapons for almost everybody. And I'll say that basically all the way up to number 6. Because most people will use these. If you are using these additional buttons for either weapons or abilities that you like, casting spells or special weapons or whatever, you've got some sort of weird hand thing going on. You're mental. Nobody reaches this far on their keyboard. Or if you do, and you're like dancing your hands over there, guess what? You've basically lost the plot for your control scheme. You are absolutely a less agile player if you are spending your time over here in this Netherland, off, confused and lost, pressing 7 through God knows what else. You're already well off. Like anybody else can spend their whole time, their hands on the controls. They're going to be faster. They're going to move better. They're going to have the tactical advantage of positioning while you're over here tap dancing in Oz, trying to get those buttons together. You're done. Yeah. Sleep calls. Have a good stream. Thanks, Silvos, for popping in. I'm sorry you're leaving so soon. We were just getting into the thick of it, but don't sacrifice sleep just to be here. You can always watch this on VOD and see how this played out. Have a good night. Kill streaks are earned by getting kills. Well, yeah, I know what a kill streak is, but what are you pressing buttons for? They can be a thing that reveals enemies on a minimap, something that will kill enemies in a specific area, or something that will patrol the map and kill enemies for you. That's got to be for a specific game, right? There's some game that lets you use kill streaks in some sort of weaponized fashion or like an unlock. So these are abilities for you. I'm basically going to leave these red because while you're not using these to switch through weapons, you are using these to do some sort of combat ability of some sorts. So that I mean, yeah, it's still going to work out. Still works out that way. My weapon selectors, hi Lycos. Thank you for joining the stream. Weapon selectors are insert. Oh, interesting. Insert home. PO. Wait. Get out of here. For the very first two, I believed you. I really did. For two buttons, I believed you, you troll. Let's try out 4 right now. Let's see how that one works. I'm left-handed, so key mapping is a nightmare for me. I'm left-handed too. This works out. This will work out. You watch the VOD and it will all make sense, and I will convert you. Maybe. You have to try it. If you don't try mine for like a month, then you'll never know. You'll never know if it's better. But it has to be like a month. This is a discussion I would love. Just watch the VOD. It'll be there on YouTube. You'll get me ad revenue for watching it. There's also score streaks, which are basically the same as kill streaks, except you earn them by getting points, not just kills. Oh, Call of Duty? Yeah, I've never played a Call of Duty game. Not once. My mouse is on the left side. Oh, that's interesting. As a left-handed person, I could never see my pointer device being in my left hand because it's usually not as important as me being deft with lots of keys. And that's why I leave my left hand on the keyboard. I feel like I have the tactical advantage to right-handed people that used WASD because they're using their bad hand to try to manipulate all of these keys, whereas I'm using my agile hand to do that, and my right hand only has to do these. Now, moving the pointer device took time to get accurate at good aim, but I also use a trackball. That helps a little bit. So I have 2 fingers on my cursor movement, and then there are less keys to manage. My right hand is doing less tap dancing than my left hand is. To me, this makes sense as a left-hander. I would never use a mouse in my left hand. You use the right side of your keyboard. Interesting. Damn it, I want to go play. Go for it. Go for it. Do that thing. I would say most. Let's see. Most gamers will probably also have some utility keys in there. Can we do utility in purple? Let's do utility in purple. So we've got red for combat. We've got green for movement and blue for alternate movement, speed, up and down, that sort of thing. Actually, that doesn't make sense. Really, the movement keys should all be the movement keys color. Maybe we'll do blue for utility then. This makes more sense. All movement is all movement. Up, down should also be green. They're just as important as the lateral movement in some games. So that just makes sense. And shift is just speed things up for most folks. Your space bar is up, your control is down. Something like that. Something kind of like that, right? Okay. Then you have your utility. Let's make the utility keys blue. For almost everybody, your interact button is going to be F. Although I super agree with Sketchy. If you are going to use a WASD control layout, then E kind of makes a whole lot more sense. It's a lot closer to your cluster of hands, and I think you can hit it faster and better off. I think that would be an even better interact button. Although that depends on the game. Some games use interact very limited, and you might want to do some sort of combat button there because it's so close to everything. Combat might make more sense. Kind of want to make that some sort of, I don't know. I'll leave that open because a lot of folks use Q and E in different ways. In fact, Q and E can sometimes be some sort of utility, whether it's Sketchy uses ping here. I don't know what most people would use that one for. What most folks use Q for. But you also have to remember, Q and E could also be leaning buttons. There are a number of games where you come up against a wall and you have the option to sort of like lean and look around an object. You do need some sort of, I'm going to lean to clean. Wait, that's not the right. You know what I mean? You do some sort of twist, a turn, turning your head around a corner, doing some sort of aim over an object or around an object. It's not a bad idea. What I see a lot of is avoidance of grave, avoidance of tab. Some folks, I suppose, use caps. What you would usually use tab for, I think almost every game that I've seen by default puts tab as like bringing up some sort of a scoreboard. it's never something involved in the actual gameplay. It's something that you like hiding in a corner somewhere. There's a little bit of downtime. You're having a vain moment, and you just kind of want to see what your KDA ratio is. So you go, you saunter your fingers over, and you hit tab. It's a really close button. So why not press it? Why not treat yourself and see how you're doing? But besides that, like for actual playing of the game, tab's not there for you. It's just doing something auxiliary. Caps, I don't see very many people using this for almost anything. So I'm going to gray that out as well. If a game has leaning, I bind ping spot somewhere else, and F becomes interact. Gotcha. So your Q and E are going to be those leanings for you, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. T, that's going to be some sort of utility in most games that are online. Oh yeah, I really messed up drawing all those black lines on that other layer. That's all right. T for a lot of folks is going to be your talk button or your chat button. It'll either bring up the chat console if there's no voice in the game, or it might be a push to talk button, right? So I see that working out that way. Then we get into the weeds. A lot of folks aren't going to reach all the way over to Y, and I don't blame them. G is usually not mapped by everybody, but some folks do like to put grenade on G. I'm not entirely against this idea because G for grenade is just nice. There are very few buttons on the standard QWERTY keyboard that you can say this maps to this and it starts with that. But R for reload and G for grenade both just scratch and itch because that's the letter that thing starts with. They just feel nice that they happen to be there for most people. So, yeah, G for grenade for some folks. This one's usually too far gone. It's almost never used. Now, as far as these lower keys, I'm sure they get used by some folks, but I don't know what for. You tell me. If this bottom row gets used at all, some of these keys, like ZX and C, they're real close to WAS. You've got something going on there. So you tell me what they are. I'm not going to grade them out, but I also don't know what you would use those for at all. So you got your fire button. You've got your aim is probably, we'll call that, because that's aiming your head. So it's still movement. It's just moving your camera position. And mouse wheel, yeah, usually some sort of combat thing going on here. These other two buttons, that's really a you pick kind of thing, right? If you've got extra buttons on your mouse, you're using them for whatever it is you want. Some people might like interact there. Some people might like change of camera or heal if you've got a game where you've got some way to heal yourself. There's a lot of different options there. Lots of different options. I'll leave those blank. I'll leave the bottom row blank. It's like literally zero idea what you're doing there. Yeah. So here's the control scheme that I learned to play a game with keyboard and mouse. And it was bad, but it had some good ideas to start with. I'll pause and read Likos's chat here. Z for rotate the camera freely. Okay, so it's like a camera button, some sort of utility. It'd be blue if we were to map it as such. C for cruise control. Oh, X for space brake, C for cruise control. Okay. So these are like vehicle buttons, usually in some sort. V for swap between coupled and decoupled. No idea what that is. That must be some bespoke specific game. And B for swap operator modes. That must be something specific to one particular game too. Yeah. So, in other words, these are going to be something that you do on a very bespoke sort of basis. Gotcha. Interesting. The game in question that I learned a different control scheme for was back in the era when QWERTY was not the de facto standard. And me and my friends rolled with it. So for those of you that don't know, oh, I said QWERTY. I mean WASD. For those of you that don't know, let me pull this up here. WASD origins. Let's do a wee bit of research. PC Gamer 2016. The invention of WASD on YouTube. No, we're not going to watch a YouTube thing. I might make a YouTube video on this, actually. Not WASD becoming the PC standard control scheme, because there's plenty of articles and people who've already covered all this sort of thing. We're just gonna go in for some explanation. Yeah, the answer is this Q right here, if anybody knows what that Q stands for. If anyone has seen that icon before. Some older games like C as crouch. Oh, that's not on my glasses. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't put in my contacts today. You ever just look, those of you who wear contacts, do you ever just look at your contacts case some days and you say, no, not today. I'm pretty new to contacts, but that's what I said today. C is crouch. Let's see. I could see that. I think a lot more modern games will use control, but in some cases, C for crouch. It's just doing the same prosody as the R for reload and G for grenade. The weird thing about that, though, is like with WASD, this feels like the arrow keys, right? And that's one of the main reasons why WASD is used the way it is because this came from an era where people would literally use the arrow keys to play games. Arrow keys, to me, are in a baffling, lost nether part of your keyboard. They're like way, way off the deep end. And if you have your fingers on the arrow keys, one, your right hand's not on the mouse at all. Or two, your left hand has taken a trip to Abu Dhabi, basically, just gone way off the deep end. And if your right hand's on the mouse and your left hand's on the arrow keys, you're not pressing any other buttons. You might have access to like your right control and your numpad's 0 key, but anything else is going to be a confused wasteland. So don't use arrow keys for anything. I should probably have done that on the screen first, just to show, like, I guess back in the 70s and 80s or something, people might have placed a default hand on the arrow keys, but God forbid you play a game with your hands on arrow keys nowadays. But anyway, so yeah, WASD was basically just the arrow keys again. It's for all those old cats that had probably been trying to do gaming in the 80s. I'm sorry if you owned a PC in the 80s when we were playing games back then. It was probably an awful time for you back then. Welcome to 2024 where we don't have to do that kind of work anymore. But yeah, it's basically your up and down are right on top of each other, and your left and rights are skewed aside of that. Could it be some other different mechanic? Could have been like W, A, S, and Z, so it's kind of like up and down are farther away and left and right are closer together? Yeah, there are all sorts of different layouts that could have done this a little bit differently. So WASD was basically created this way because somebody had already set up the arrow keys on the keyboard where up and down were touching each other and left and right had keys between them. This wasn't somebody's invention. This was somebody moving the arrow keys to a different place on the keyboard. But let's talk about like how it actually happened. We'll just follow the PC. I trust PC Gamer that they're going to get the details right. If they didn't get the details right, they would probably have fixed this. Also, these guys may earn an affiliate commission. Do they have links on their on their story about WASD? I know we're going into ad breaks, so some of the people I'm gonna like hem and haw just a little bit, but look at this nasty ass keyboard. This doesn't take much to clean, but some folks, I suppose, don't want to because it shows something. It tells a story in its own way. The stuff on the keys is rubbing off, so I don't know, even if you clean these, maybe just clean the letters right off. Not that that would matter. Everybody knows what those keys are. You're not staring at your keyboard looking for W. Where's W? Let me see the letter W to know where the W is. but just the sheer nastiness that humans exude off of our skin that's piled up over the course of time, all the outside dirt and grime that we touch and then come back home, and before we touch our keyboard we should wash our hands, but who's got the time? And my hands look clean, they don't smell bad, so why not? Just might as well. The story of their dirty ass hands, yeah, or their dirty ass hands. It looks like you've got the hyphen there differently. I like that. I like it. Yeah. WASD feels inevitable today. Interesting. I feel the same way as somebody who changes the keyboard scheme for every single game that I ever played. WASD feels inevitable today. Once mouse look became standard in 3D games, it made little sense to hold your left arm across your chest to reach the arrow keys. And yet people did, which is why WASD jumped in. It was people who were playing on the arrow keys the whole time, right? So you had to have come from a background where the arrow keys were your comfort space in order to adopt WASD. That's why WASD gained popularity. The WASD keys felt more comfortable and offered easy access to shift and space, but even though WASD seems like the obvious choice now, far fewer players used it 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, this would have been 2016, 1996. So if any of you were born around the late 80s, early 90s, you might have seen other control schemes being used by folks who were doing the PC gaming back then. Or if you were one of the lucky kids that had access to computers back then too. Our favorite 4-letter word was never a foregone conclusion and didn't become standard through some gaseous enlightening that spread to every PC gamer simultaneously. This person's, who is this? Tyler Wilde. He's got quite the literary prosody to his words. Very nicely done. The new movement scheme took several years to catch on. While we can't know whose fingers found their way to WASD first, we do have a good idea who popularized the style. The greatest Quake player in the universe, Dennis Thresh Fong. I forgot his name. I remember his handle, Thresh, but I did not remember that it was Dennis Fong. Yeah, Dennis Fong. Should we see a little bit of his winning a Ferrari in Quake 1? Maybe. Fong made history when he took home John Carmack's Ferrari 328 after winning the first ever nationwide Quake tournament in 1997. He won the tournament, defeating Tom Entropy Kimsey on Castle of the Damned. His right hand was on a mouse. His left hand was perched over the 4 keys we now consider synonymous with PC gaming. But even then, not everyone played that way. Can we see the happening here? Does it have audio? Is this audio coming through? I mean, this guy moves amazingly, but I think the amazingness of his moves is the mouse movement. His right hand is fantastic. I've got no qualms about how his body is moving. He's doing a pretty good job. But his right hand, his mouse look capacity, that's pretty good. He aims a little bit down for my tastes. I'm used to aiming just a little bit more up so I can get headshots if I see somebody. He's aiming at a lot of ground. But maybe it's because he has weapons that would bounce the person if hitting the ground. And so you want to hit the ground so in case you miss them, you still splash. And in an old game like this, splash damage to the ground might move the other character, which might make them miss. Just trying to understand sort of what we've got going on here. Found him. Found him. Oh, it's on now. That guy's going crazy. You need to move. Yeah, he's doing the right thing. He's leaving and disengaging from the area. Uh-oh, we found him again. Yeah, that guy's a loose cannon, and this guy is more reserved. That guy's just literally trying to get any shot that might be a kill shot. But he doesn't even see Thresh. He sees bits and pieces of Thresh and thinks it's time to attack. Oh, it's on. Thresh got the yellow armor armor. He's got the armor. I don't know what he's doing, but he keeps circuiting over the same items. If there's a reason for that. How long? Oh, this is long. Okay. End of story. He wins. I didn't realize how long this was going to be just watching him do that thing. Good for him. Good for him. He wins. He wins a Ferrari for doing that. I do think I'm going to head off to sleep. Been a long day. Likos, thank you for the support. If you're lurking, I appreciate your lurk support. If you're not, you dirty bastard, you should leave your computer on and give me engagement. Sleep well. Watch the VOD so I can convince you otherwise from the way you usually control your games. Okay. Early days of first-person shooters. Fong says the key mappings were all over the place. I believe that to be true. Even the Great Thresh had only just started to play with a mouse at all, just a few years before, around 1993, as a teenager losing... Hello, can we get rid of this? Losing a match of Doom against his brother Lyle. Like many Doom players, Fong used only the keyboard without the need to look up and down. It was a natural choice, so much that using a mouse was even considered weird. So basically, games where you didn't even need spacebar and control because there was no jumping or ducking or crouching or climbing. The levels were probably also not very up and down. And if they were, if I remember right I watched a documentary on Doom. Doom is actually literally not even a 3D game, I think. It is a 3D graphical game, but all of the enemies and player and everywhere you walk is all on a 2D plane and then rendered in 3D space to do the graphics. So if you are aiming at a demon and shooting your gun, whether you're pointing up, down, or straight ahead, you're going to hit them on the vertical plane. So it's been a long time since I've watched this documentary, but I think that's accurate that the verticality didn't matter in that game. It was just aesthetic. And really, you were just on a XY plane. The Z didn't matter at all. So yeah, using a mouse might not have made any sense. So his brother was playing on keyboard and trackball. Interesting. Why would you choose to play on a trackball? There are reasons. There are reasons why I switched over too. Hey, Stuart, you're just getting into the meat of tonight's stream. Good timing. So, wasn't every game... Okay, yeah. Brother was on a keyboard and trackball and he was winning. Wasn't every game. Both were excellent players, but Lyle won enough that one summer Fong decided he had to learn to play with a mouse. After that, he was unbeatable. He said, right after I made that switch, my skill improved exponentially. Pretty much from then on, I never lost. Took some experimentation, including a strange attempt to move with WADX, which makes sense in its own sort of weird way. You'd have W is forward, A and D is left and right, X is back, and it makes a little bit of a ring, and then you have S in the middle. I don't know what you're going to press S for, but your forward, back, left, and right keys just sort of make a little ring together. A little lopsided. A little bit. My screen's a little more lopsided than the actual keyboard is, but I could see it working, but maybe it didn't work that great. Fong settled on WASD and has been using it since Doom. And again, he came from the arrow keys, so I get why he used WASD. Did they invent the scheme? Probably not. Others were also gravitating to the left side of the keyboard for Doom at the same time. Without Fong's influence, the default could have ended up different. It might have been EDSF. Shouldn't it be ESDF? I think it should be ESDF. So ESDF also makes more sense, and makes sense. In some cases, I think it would make more sense because, oh, I put crouch on the wrong thing here. Can we erase this? Oh, that eraser is pathetically tiny. Let's grab that. ESDF would be the same concept as WASD with the principle of all of your movement keys are even in the same arrow key coordinated path. So if you came from old games, you were playing in the 80s or 90s, and you needed to move your hand to the left to start picking up a mouse, this also maps to the arrow keys, up, down, and then left, right are split off to the sides. Then, in theory, if you're not using these big keys as much, you would have more access to close keys in a ring around you, right? That's a big thing. Some people swear by ESDF because unlike, can we move this below? We could do this. Yeah, unlike WASD, where your left side, if you wanted to do anything with your weakest finger, you have some keys here, but not a lot of options. Whereas ESDF, you have options for your left side of your hand, your weaker finger, but still you could train it, and options for your stronger fingers here on the right hand side. I could get behind ESDF, honestly. I see its merits. Stranger configurations like Z, X, and Z to strafe and move backwards. Maybe on the ESDF thing, instead of D, you could use X as backwards, and then these could be your strafes. These could be your turns, and these could be your strafes. Something like, but you're using a mouse. That doesn't make any sense. Actually, yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with that. Whatever. Make it a Black Mage Vivi statue. Cute. I like Vivi. And the right mouse button to move forwards. Oh, gotcha. It's a different control scheme where Z, X, and C are strafe left, right, and move backwards. And the right mouse button is your move forward. Different. Some early shooters bound movement to the arrow keys. System Shock used ASDX. Descent used AZ for forward and reverse, and Q and E for banking if you didn't have a joystick. Descent was a game where you're going in mine shafts as a flying ship, so you have full 3D movement, not just bound to the ground. Fong even tells us he knew a player who used Z, X, C, and V to move. Ugh. Yeah, so he's not taking credit for inventing it, but he did use it, and he used it well, and people got famous for that. Let's go back to that concept. They mentioned descent, this A and Z for forward and reverse, Q and E for banking. Descent. Let's go to YouTube. Descent game. Descent 1 and 2 PC game review. Let's just do this 12-year-old old ass. So here's kind of the concept of Descent. Vivi is a good bean. Yes. A lot of flame effects in it, so I got to use my nice clear orange resin and not have to paint that part. Oh, that's cool. That sounds awesome. So as you see, Descent is it's different for a game of the same age as Quake, I think, or it came out around the same era. You have a game. Did that play in 2 channels? Damn, looked like it played in 2 channels. Tro, thank you for the lurk. Gonna lie down for a bit again. Please relax and enjoy. So yeah, you see, for a game that's old, this game is decidedly challenging for its era for people's brains, because this game has no floor, right? And that's something that I see a lot of people who get good at first-person shooters are still bad at this concept. Imagine playing a game where the down is what's the word I'm looking for? Subjective. You choose your orientation, right? You're in a spaceship, so up is the top of your cabin, but you point the top of your cabin wherever you want it to be. So I've played this game, and that's why I mentioned it. I played this game on its original control scheme. I first had this game and I did not have a joystick. The game had been out. I don't know how long it had been out before I ever tried this game. I think I just got it for free from one of my friends, and they're like, oh, you have a computer now. You can play this game. I don't know how old it was when I got into it, but I felt like I was better at everything first person and everything 3D after playing this game, largely because this particular level looks like it has a concept of floors. You see sort of a ground below the spaceship that looks like tile, and then up above it looks like ceiling and not tile. So I feel like this particular level is sort of holding your hand and letting you know what they want you to believe to be the floor. But that's not the case. There are a lot of, or it's not the case of most of the game. The game's not made to have a, this is down, this is up, this is the ceiling, this is the floor. You choose, again, like I said. So moving around in 3D space, and you have full, like, floating backwards and forwards and up and down, left and right. So you're not just thinking, how do I hide behind this wall and run around and maybe jump onto a ledge or something. You can just fly upwards. You can fly and float and strafe in full 3D space. Already significantly different sort of mentality. And some of the first first-person shooters I interacted with that were really serious about gaming and trying to get really, really good were playing Counter-Strike. And I had come from a background where I was moving in 3D floating space like this and went into Counter-Strike thinking, well, you're missing your Z-axis entirely. There are buildings that you can like climb into and get higher up, and maybe you're doing a little up aim and down aim, but you're not actually floating around or determining your direction and your angles in space. It felt like this was cross-training in the mountains, and then coming down to sea level to play stuff like Counter-Strike was pathetic in comparison, and so easy. So let's look at the Descent control scheme, because this is basically where I started to cut my what's the word I'm looking for? Cut my control scheme, my superior control scheme. Started with Descent controls. And how would that look? If you're looking at Descent, let's just use this. We're not going to really dive into what ESDF was all about, because you can kind of see the merits versus WASD. It's got its own sort of thing going on there. All right. Wow, yeah, Instagram already died. One of these days, I'm going to take some time. I'm going to figure out just what the heck is going on there and why I'm only able to stream there for 1 hour these days. So, the way that a fully 3D game worked, and this is just how it happened to be in this era. Go back to brush again. Was you had the same concept of WASD, where you had forward. Too many buttons on the PC. I mean, if you can type like you're just typing right now, then you know where your fingers are supposed to go. I would say it's not.
Sasksalotl just subscribed.
Sass. Well. Congratulations, dude. You have just received a tier 2 sub. A very rare bean indeed on this channel. Congratulations. Thank you, Anonymous, for that gift. We love us some Sass. We appreciate whenever he drops in. You know, I struggle to type. I mean, that's fair, but the thing of it is that as long as you're really only looking at these keys, and some of these I only drew here to prove that they're going off into the nethers, it's really not a lot, especially compared to using a controller where the buttons on a controller can change really wildly from game to game, unless you go through and you customize your controller to sort of be the same standard across all the games that you play. Sass, as a tier 2 sub, also, I will have to have you do some tests with me to make sure that my tier 2 perks and my streamer bot are working out correctly. Make sure you get everything out of that sub that you got. Okay, so the concept behind Descent was your WASD, which is forward and back and left and right, but your controls for up and down were kind of in weird places, right? They're way down here. Descent, you have a lot more 3D space to deal with. Having that up and down so far and in strange locations was kind of a weird concept and one that probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. So think about Descent this way. Instead of forward, back, left, and right, which would be on the XY plane, they wanted you to move your most agile so that you were the best shooter and best defender if your primary keys for movement moved you up, down, and side to side in 3D space. So that's your, I guess this would be your Y-axis. Is X forward and back? I'm going to say X is forward and back for the sake of argument. So basically your side to side, and then your Z axis, your up and down. So you could move around in circles or do like strafing and shooting at the same time as you're turning with the mouse and moving up and down and still aiming at the same sort of source. You want that sort of mobility and fluidity. And they did that by moving the keys to ESDF, the other control scheme that I was talking about. So your S and F keys, just like in ESDF, are strafe left and right. Easy peasy. That's your strafe left, your strafe right. You can get those. They move just like your up, down, left, right arrow keys, right? But here in this game, E was upwards on the Z axis. For a game where you can float, having a button that's mapped to a Z up makes a lot of sense. And you need a down for that. Now, again, this is just following the arrow keys on your keyboard. So if you're used to playing with arrow keys, this one made a whole lot of sense. Now, in combat situations, if you're engaged in a dogfight in Descent, you have strafe up, strafe down, strafe left, strafe right, and you can mix those to do like diagonals and do all sorts of weird things. Your mouse is going to try to keep aim on the enemy while you're doing funny strafes. And then you do still need to move forward and back. So Descent did this in a different sort of way. Now that you have these keys mapped, you do still need forward and back, and you need to put them somewhere. Stuart says, there was a game I thought would be better on mouse and keyboard that really wasn't. Hades. Hades, because it's a beat 'em up, I feel like beat 'em ups just work better on controller. I think what it comes down to is the ergonomics of smashing a button repeatedly. You could do that on a keyboard, but it just feels like it's faster and easier and better on your short twitch muscles to do that on something small in your hands, like a keyboard. I'm sorry, like a controller. Yeah. Any sort of high action arcadey beat 'em up, I think, works well on a controller. And I've got no problem admitting that controller does have its purpose. So the way Descent worked out this idea is you had your A key for a forward throttle and Z key for a reverse throttle. That's how they explained it in the game. But basically, this is just your forward and back. This is walk forward and walk backwards. This did something unique. And that was when you were back on the WASD situation, your pinky, your small finger, your smallest and weakest finger, were being used to sometimes hold down buttons like your shift and control, or like just tap a button, but these other buttons above shift just really weren't used a lot in like combat situations. So a lot of folks' pinkies were not like being used. You'd be using essentially your index, middle, and ring fingers all the time. They'd be doing the massive amount of work. Your thumb is kind of a waste too. Let's be honest. The WASD setup, number one fail is vertical movement. Can we get rid of this little? Yes, I know that's hidden. First big failure is your vertical movement is off in the bottom nethers of the keyboard. That's a big problem right there. It's control and spacebar. So vertical movement, maybe you never play vertical movement games, in which case that's fine. I would just call you a filthy casual and you need to play more 3D games. or games that have some sort of verticality to them to understand why WASD is lame, and you're basically undertraining yourself. Is if most of the games you play don't have verticality to them, you mostly just play flat games. Then when you get to vertical games, you're in trouble because you're too used to your flat game control scheme. Whereas if you use a vertical game control scheme and then you play flatter games, you are overtraining yourself, and the games will be easy to move around in. And then when you do get to your high verticality games, even if they're fewer and farther between, you've got a better control scheme for them. So WASD, first of all, bad for up and down movement. Second of all, your pinky is not well used much at all, and your thumb is not well used much at all would be number 3. Like, well, because those could both be in the same point. So 2 points. Yeah, verticality poorly adopted in WASD. And then second of all, you got 3 fingers, 3 main strong fingers on your hand. They're used all the time. You do not use your other 2 fingers. For most people, if you train and you play on the PC all the time, you could use your whole hand. You could. But most people just don't. The pinky's poorly used or small use at all, and your thumb is used for jumping or whatever. It's just like the jump buttons. It could be used for better, but yeah. Wasting 2 fingers for the most part, or for like low impact stuff. I never really think of my pinky as the weakest finger. Always felt that the ring finger was. I feel like the pinky can have more dexterity than the ring finger, so I agree with you there. But just in terms of sheer like pressing strength, not that you need pressing strength to press on a keyboard, but I feel like a lot of people probably feel like they could do more presses with their ring finger before it gets tired than they could with their pinky. Yeah. At least for gripping things? Oh, I don't know. Gripping things, I think most people think the ring finger is stronger. It's just less dexterous. It's got a dexterity issue there due to its tendons, right? So, okay. Descent. ESDF. That's all your strafing. Up, down, and left and right in the arrow key configuration. A and Z, you've got your forward and back throttle on your pinky. Now, your weakest finger, your 4th finger, your little finger, is doing a big amount of your movement. You can just hold your pinky down and you're going forward, or you can switch it down to just the key just below it and you're going backwards. That's a little bit of tap dancing with one finger that maybe doesn't do tap dancing terrifically. You might not have the most dexterity in the pinky, but you could get used to it. You got your forward and back there, and now you have all these other keys around you that can still be used for other things. With WASD, you have Q, E, and R. And with this one, you have maybe better access to T than you do with WASD. WASD, I think T feels just a little far. It's just a little bit out of reach. R is fine for reload. But because your fingers are resting on A, S, and D, or I guess realistically, most people's fingers are going to be resting on A, W, and D, right? You'll pivot to S if you need to go backwards. So A, W, and D. On the descent keys, T is much more realistic. Your fingers are going to be resting on ASDF. That's another big bonus that I forgot to mention. WASD, your fingers are not on the home row. You're already setting yourself up for a worse scenario. Because if you use your computer for anything else, and I do, I use it for work, I use it for typing, I use it for engagement, socialization with my friends. I'm gonna want my fingers on my home row so I can start typing as fast as possible. And it's just the most comfortable space for my hand, because that's what I've learned is my hands sit on the home rows. And when I'm typing, both my hands want to sit on their home keys. If I have to switch over to do a control scheme for games, I'm already learning 2 different standards for my hand than what I had before. Just looked it up, and the pinky actually has more force than the ring finger in almost all cases. Interesting. It uses a bigger muscle group than the ring. Ring apparently shares its muscle group with a middle finger. I thought so, because I basically have trouble, yeah, moving the ring finger kind of independently on its own, right? It's on its own, it's less powerful, but it is meant to be used with the middle. Okay, so if you use them both, you got, boom, double the finger power and size and impact and all that. But yeah, on its own, it's kind of derpy. Understandable. So, yeah, I guess in this case, then that's just further proof that the pinky should be used in WASD for better than just this like far edge of modifier keys. Tab usually it's like a hold down to bring something up. I don't know what caps does at all. Shift is usually just a hold to make yourself run faster. You'd usually use your pinky for control, which that's the one thing that I'll say is control is kind of like off the beaten path. So if your hands are on the home keys, then getting the controls a little bit of a distance for me if I'm resting on home keys. If your fingers are over on WASD, control is closer. And it's a pretty big button. Not that your ring finger needs big buttons to like know what it's doing, but for some folks I could see that being a little bit easier. Now for descent controls, if your hands are on your home keys, then you have easier access to stuff on the right. You have one more button on the left-hand side of your controls than you had on WASD, because you gain W as another extra key. And now you also alleviate control and spacebar to do other things besides movement, which can be kind of relieving. Now all your movement's basically all here, right? So, if you went on from here, I don't remember if Descent used reload. I think you just had ammo. But you definitely had your combat was here on your left click. Right click would either be another weapon or maybe it was a zoom. Maybe I'll just do half and half, right? So right click could be weapons, like a secondary weapon, or it could be zooming in and out on something. Don't really recall. I'm being found. In game. Okay, where were we? And then you had other buttons for other things. Now, Descent didn't have an interact key that I recall. It did have grenades, which I think were under G, or some sort of missile system or something like that. And I'm pretty sure that W and R were some kind of banking or rotational key. In other words, again, if you're in 3D space and you've got the ability to do your left, right, and up and down strafing while aiming forward, you should also be able to, in 3D space, rotate yourself, right? And realign what the floor is to you. And I'm pretty sure W and R were that rotational button. In more games in the future, you'd have a lot less games that do rotating. But it's a possibility, and in Descent, that's where those keys went. All the other keys, I think, were other weapon systems or weapon choosing. Obviously, your 1, 2, 3, 4s, these were all going to be weapon choosy sort of things, right? Just like most modern games. Weapons go where? Weapons go on the numbers. Because why not? And then, I don't know about the other keys so much, what they did in Descent. I'm having trouble remembering. But I bring this up because I started using this to play Descent, and I was using WASD to play other first-person shooters. And so this was not my control scheme idea that I'm about to show you all, it was, I owe this idea to somebody else. But for those of you that watched the lore stream, I don't know if you'll remember any names, so I don't even know if it's worth name dropping the name. One of my best friends, at one stage of my life, we're not in contact right now, but I don't think we left on bad terms per se. But one of my best friends played so much Descent, that's pretty much all he ever played, that he decided to use his Descent controls in every other game, whether it had a vertical movement control scheme or not. Maybe it was just you could move around a little bit in flat space. Maybe you had jump and crouch and duck, but you didn't really have much else besides that. He still used Descent. He just used Descent for everything. And he discovered one thing in doing that he adopted and then shared with me. The one thing he discovered is when you use these buttons for movement, you can still do it this way. I'm going to take away the rotates. Oh, we're here on this one. I'm going to take away the rotates because most games do not have rotationals. So W and R could be used for other things. R could still be used for reload. Now it's even closer and easier to reload than it is in the WASD control scheme, which reload is just a little bit off from your main move. In fact, should we make those like a different color? So I feel like those are like gold standard buttons, and maybe we should make them gold to prove like this is what this is called. The WASD. The WASD control scheme. So they're like different move keys than the other move keys. Those are like your most important, your gold standard buttons. WASD. So yeah, R is a little bit far from where your fingers sit naturally and rest and relax. And moving to the Descent controls, reload was a lot closer. Now the Descent controls, you had your left strafe, your right strafe. This is going to be used in every game. Your up and down isn't used in every game. You don't always have games where you can fly straight up or you can fly straight down, or you're climbing a lot of ladders or ascending cliffs or doing like triple jumps and that sort of stuff. Maybe not so much. But you do a lot of moving forward and back. So what my friend discovered is forward actually works great as your pinky. That's a strong finger if you give it a chance. Like Stuart said, it's got a lot of muscle groups. And if you're holding down forward in a lot of games, because if you think about how you play most games, what you're doing in the game space, what are you doing in most games? How are you playing them? Most of the time, you're doing what I'm literally doing right now, which is just moving forward, right? You're traveling through places, you're exploring, you're walking to new areas. If you're in combat, you're moving out of the way of a threat, or you're moving to your next target. Most people who play 3D games, especially if you're in first person, are used to this, right? The game is auto moving forward for you in your, I mean, you're doing this, but most of the game is doing this forward movement. You might stop to do an interact, do a fight. You're fighting, you're moving around or whatever. Fight's done, interaction's done, cutscene's done. You're moving forward again. So the forward key has to be something that is pressed most of the time, but is not necessarily, you don't necessarily want your most agile finger doing that, because if you spend the time with your most agile finger there, then you're losing agility that you could be using for something else, a combat button perhaps. So he liked the idea of forward being there, but he also discovered, despite having an agile pinky, going back and forth between A to Z for moving forward and back, especially in combat, got really tiring. It bothered him. It bothered his finger to do that tap dance. So Z actually got taken out of this control scheme. Descent's keys were fine for one game and they did okay, but it wasn't maybe the best choice. They tried. They're not. The game company wasn't like doing immense studies on ergonomics of finger controls and all that sort of thing. So what did they know? They just tried something that was basically based off of WASD at the time, it seemed like. But my friend, who did extensive testing on this, decided Z kind of sucked for back. If you needed to do a lot of forward and back movement in the game, especially, the tap dancing from A to Z is just not a comfortable key for your pinky to have to come back to and sit on for a long period of time. So he did not like this as forward and back. But also, with these move keys the way they are, having spacebar as jump was unnecessary because E was now your up movement. You didn't need E to be anything else in a game that didn't have its own up movement except jump. 99% of the games that we were going to be playing, especially back in this era, if you were moving upwards, it was either jump for E, climb for E, or anything else. It's all going to be the same one key. So E could be everything. It could be your jump, your up, your climb, your vault, your anything that's upward movement. So if you're swimming, it's your swim up. And that leaves spacebar free. So my friend tried for a while and loved it. What if this was your back key? Your move backwards button. Now your thumb is actually doing something probably a little bit more useful than smacking it for jump. This is kind of an inelegant key for jump anyways. You can hold down that space bar and do your back movement just fine. So this might feel a little bit weird. You have a throttle forward and throttle back idea still, just like Descent. But now they're on two separate fingers, which feels a little bit better. This made moving back and forth more agile than WASD players, which again, your WASD player is using forward and back on the same one finger, your middle finger. So you have to do some tap dancing there. You felt a little bit more agile there already. Here, every finger on your hand has a different movement option. The only thing that you'd be tap dancing between, and this didn't happen as often as to make this bad, is your middle finger now tap dances between up and down vertically. So that's a thing. Your strafe is still just like it is in WASD configuration. And now your pinky and your thumb are doing something much more useful, moving forward and back. This is where my control scheme today still sits. It sits in this basis. This is not Descent controls anymore. We've already made an adjustment to Z, and we're not using W and R for our rolling keys anymore because we just don't play games that roll like almost ever. So W and R are free. So where do I go from here, and what do I usually do with my other keys? What I usually do from here on, now that I have this basis of up, down, left, right, and then forward and back all together in one easy, compact area, is I start looking at combat. What's combat going to look like? And in general, I add combat keys R for reload, like most folks. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm stepping in like high traffic area right in front of other people. I will use R for reload. If the game doesn't have reload, because R is in such a tasty, easy to access spot, I will use it for other combat abilities. It'll be some sort of punch or hit or my melee attack or something. If it's not going to be reload, it's going to be something high traffic because it's easy. It's probably the easiest button to smack besides what I've got going on here. The only other one being as easy is probably going to be G. This is equivalent to the WASD player's F, except with WASD, I made F into utility. It was yellow underneath that before. What was I doing? Oh, it's because I have this other layer on. Got it. Yeah. The WASD key F feels like it's a little bit of a weird departure because F has a bump on it that you then need to slide off of to get back to WASD to go away from the home key feeling. Whereas I feel like using the modified descent keys, I'm able to keep my finger affixed to the F, which has the bump. And then when I interact, that's just a temporary little tap. And then my finger goes back to resting on the bump. So it feels faster and easier for me to use this G key as interact. I'll also use it as grenades in games just because I like R for reload and G for grenade, and it just makes sense to me. An added benefit, and maybe some WASD players do this with their X key, because you have forward and back and then another key below those two, which maybe you could also use the middle finger for to hit X. Although it's a little bit awkward. I'm not a fan of hitting X with my fingers on WASD. But what I can do in some games is when I have E for up, either, jetpack, jump, climb, swim up, whatever happens to be, and D for downward movement, I also sometimes have another key here. And now I've got this nice little, what was it, 40? I have this nice little plus sign going on here. I'll get rid of this in a second. I'm just doing this for showcasing the idea. Nice little plus sign here where I have your left and right on S and F. And I have EDC for up, down, and maybe like more down. What do I mean by that? There are a number of games that I've played that are stealthy or like wilderness combat, where you have a duck or crouch down button, and you can still move around, but you move around a little bit slower and you're ducked down a little bit, so you're a little bit stealthier. But you might also have a prone button. You get down on the ground. Either you fall flat down, or you're using. You can also make this the cover button, C for cover, if you like letter prosody. Or there's some games where you can go into this prone mode and still fight. So you could still use a rifle, maybe snipe from prone, makes you a better sniper. And C would be that get all the way down on the ground. Maybe you can even still wiggle around on the ground a little bit. Some games let you move, although you're like crawling on your elbows and knees at that point. But that gives another option for up, down, and even more down, all in verticality, which I like. And I've done in a number of controls games that way too. I feel like T on WASD, again, is now really far because your fingers are on these gold area. T for like press to speak or bring up the chat console or whatever. Now you're getting into the weeds. That's pretty darn far. Whereas here on the modified descent controls, let's bring this back up to what I had at like 40. Here, T is really quite easy. And in fact, I won't always use this for chat then because it's so easy. I'll often use this as combat as well because it's to me, it's super close. So boom, it's another one of those, press this, it'll be really fast and really agile. So why not just do it kind of thing. So I've got all of those. And then I guess something that a lot of folks haven't shared with me on this is whether they use the left side, the far left side much at all. I do. It depends on the game that I'm playing. Shift will sometimes still be sprint. Although I'll say because of where your finger is already on A, going down to shift is a little bit slower and less great than just coming up and tapping the Q key. So Q in games that have a sprint will often be my sprint button instead. And because I'm used to that being sprint, if a game has an auto run feature, I will usually place that on Q as well, so that I'm using roughly the same key for roughly the same purpose. If there's a sprint, Q. If there's no sprint, auto run is Q is auto run then too. It's reusing the same keys for roughly the same purpose. The bottom row of keys is pretty different from game to game for me, but I think that's true for just about everybody else as well. I know a lot of games have inventory set to something absolutely asinine. And I think this is crazy. I don't know why anybody would do this, but I think I've seen a number of games where by default, your inventory is I, right? It should really be some key around here. It really should be. What I've discovered is that Z, X, and C are decidedly not that agile of keys for me. So the other most agile keys for me are going to be W, V, and B. V and B are actually really fast and easy for me to hit for some reason. I don't know if it's just the way my fingers work, but they work out really well for me. And so V, for me, is often melee. In a lot of games where there's a melee attack, I'll pick V because it kind of feels like, because it's lower than my home keys, it's like you're kicking. And I think the first melee game I ever played, your melee attack was a kick. So I put it on V to simulate I'm going down to my foot. That's probably where my brain went with that. But I also will use this for targeting systems. If you have a game where you can set a target or a focus or a reticle or whatever it is you need, I will also put that on V. Very rarely do games have both a target system and a melee system. So I haven't had too much conflict between those two, putting them on V, but it's one or the other. That leaves W and B, and these are always my inventory buttons in every game. Depending on the sort of game, they will do different things. B is usually for consumables, and W is usually for info. In a lot of games, I need info to understand something about myself, to be able to make decisions on where I'm going next. So I don't mind sacrificing W for having that critical detail. And it doesn't matter what the game is. If the game's info or character screen or stats or whatever are not that important, I'll still put them on W. Why? Because then I'm not relearning a new game system, a new control scheme. And that's a big thing that I do recommend. No matter, even if you see this and you say, I will never transfer from WASD, your way looks absolutely stupid, I will never do it. I still recommend figure out a system where you're reusing the same keys for every single game in the exact same way, so you're not relearning a new control scheme with every new game that you play. Don't let the default keys bully you around. If you take anything from tonight, at least let it be that you can stick with your same control scheme and play every single game this way so that you get better at every game, because you're never training into new systems. You're leaning into a focus where you get better and better and better at one system, and you become that much stronger of a gamer. And B just being like consumables or whatever else, your inventory, your backpack. I think I chose B for backpack originally, and it just stuck. I'm just beholden to that. So B will always be my backpack key for every game ever. Unless you can't get into a backpack, then I usually assign B as like the button I use to heal myself with. Because you're still getting into your inventory and consuming something, but you're not consuming a weapon, which would be for G. Right. So this leaves some other keys that are sort of untouched. I find that using Y and H are pretty much my nether regions. These should really be nether regions for WASD, but for me, yeah, they're also pretty nether regions here too. For most people, control does something. On WASD, it's usually like your duck button, sneak button, crouch button, or whatever. And for me, control is, it's just not easy with your keys on the home keys. Control is always a bit of a stretch. So I rarely, if ever, assign anything to control or control plus some button modifier, because it's out of the way and it's annoying. Shift I'll still use for a variety of things, but again, it's usually used as a modifier. In a number of games where your skill set or your magic abilities or your weaponry far exceeds 1 through 6, some people, instead of going on to your 7s, your 8s, your 9s, these buttons are stupid. Never use these buttons. If anybody offers to put a weapon or an item on 7 and 8 and 9, etc., that's the dumbest control scheme. These buttons should never be perceived as something you could use. But what you can do is you can double up on the number buttons that you do have close to your controls, and you can use shift to modify them. I'll make this a utility color then instead. So you might have a 2 and you might have a shift 2. You might have a 3 and you might have a shift 3, a 4 and a shift 4. Again, some games you only get like your 3 weapons. You know, you get your short range, your medium range spread, and your long range, and that's it. Then you've got a certain number of numbers, and then you're not going to use shift at all. Damn it, my match ended before the song I was listening to peaked. Yeah, you can't always time it so you got 2 climaxes at the same time. But when it happens, it's pretty sweet. So I'm going to say something controversial here too, and that is that with your number keys, a lot of people are comfortable leaving the defaults as 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., etc. I don't think 1, and WASD, it might make sense, but if your keys are resting on the home keys, I don't think 1's that comfortable of a button. I'll still have it mapped, but I'm not going to have it mapped to my default buttons. It's not going to be a default weapon, because your hands being on your home row, you're going to be able to reach up to 2 a lot faster and easier than you can reach up to 1, which is a little bit far and out of the way. That's just getting into the weeds. It's just going a little bit far. So 2 is usually my default weapon. If you've got a main revolver or whatever, like your most mainly used weapon, the one that you're going to have the most ammo for, or your pinch hitter weapon, I'm going to put that on 2 instead of 1. 1 is going to be for something special, maybe a special consumable or a special attack that you can't do all the time. You have to unlock it. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the reason why your control scheme sucks. Oz, how was your stream? What were we playing tonight? If you're not following the streamer of Oz, you're my dad. You're not my friend. Woogie, woogie, woogie. Because Oz is everyone's dad, and it's time for everyone's dad to go to bed. Having some demo playing. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Favorite demo of the night? And then you should go to sleep, so I won't keep asking you questions. Oh, and a kitty finder. Those games are fun.
I've been causing mild chaos. Want to see? I absolutely fucking do, Mac.
Is this one of the Rusty Lake games? Yeah, I think so. Birds neatly organized. That was the best game of the night.
It's a setup. It's a setup. I believe you. Mac is up to no good. Never trust a lone Mac.
This is true. Absolutely.
Never trust a lone Mac. It was hard. Is it because birds are hard to organize because they're always flapping about? Sketchy says the song was Siren Rush by Gustavo Coutinho, if I'm pronouncing that right. It's a fucking banger. I'll have to check it out. DM that to me. I'll check it out. Oh, the birds are oddly shaped. Oh, I gotcha. Do you have to kind of Tetris them together? Is that the problem? You have to fit them in a set space. Oh, yeah, that sounds hard. It sounds like something you'd have a natural acumen for, though. Oz is one of the best Tetrisers, which is great for games like Tetris, and very hard for lifting moving boxes that are full to the absolute max capacity and are therefore heavier than a box that has some voids in it. But I think we've learned how to pack a moving box, and I, knock on wood, don't want to ever fill another moving box and move to another place. Maybe one more, just a place to retire to. but maybe that's it. Okay, so where were we? We were discussing, oh ye raiders, welcome on in. Hi everybody, hello and welcome. Damien Holme here. You've got to know who I am, so I'm not going to go through the whole. You can ask me if you're missing any information about me, but you should all know who I am. Have a good night, Oz. Sleep well. We were talking about why your WASD control scheme, which looks probably something like this. You got your main keys on yellow, green is all your movement keys, blue are your utility buttons, probably. And when you're doing combat in a combat sort of game, there's all your red keys and buttons are probably going to be there, right? Yeah. You have no idea who I am, but you're immortal. You should know you should have actually been there for my birth and been watching over Oz and I all this time. We thought that you were our assigned immortal, if I remember correctly. Mind if I just shut down the computer so I have darker space? Please go ahead. Anytime that you stay to lurk is just an extra treat, but it's not necessary. Okay, so what we were saying was, if you move your control scheme over so that A and spacebar are forward and back, and your ESDF are vertical movement and left to right movement, you have much more access to more keys on the left and right. I will say I still use 1, but less so. So 2 is my default attack button or a default weapon button. And then I move on over to the right. And then I also rarely use 6. It's just uncomfortable. It's not that far above F, but I don't like 6 as a main attack button. It's a little bit far. So I'll usually change 1 and 6 to do something else. And in fact, what I've gotten to enjoy with 6 in some games is in Final Fantasy. This is my sprint button. So it'll be part of my movement control scheme there as well. Mouse, probably nothing incredibly different here for most players, but I map all of my extra buttons to do something combat-wise. My mouse wheel in a lot of games will either scroll through weapons or move the camera. But I do something a lot of folks don't do, and maybe this is the ease of my trackball. Oh, that's ugly. Can we just bring this down and then bring this in? Oh yeah, let's get real close there. And that's that I map. I did this for a reason, but these are graphically meant to represent the tilt buttons on your mouse. So for me, let's get that lined up again there. Nice. For me, my mouse wheel will differ. Might be combat or it might be camera, depending on the game. But my mouse tilt buttons, for me, are quite accessible as combat buttons, and they are. So I have my side buttons are combat. In fact, I have more side buttons than most people, but I don't have one of those 12-button mice. I will use mouse wheel tilt left and mouse wheel tilt right for combat because my thumb is right there, and it's easy for me to tilt them with my thumb. Most folks, their mouse wheel is in sort of like another space between their fingers. Who has that many buttons on their mouse? So Okumu, I don't know if she's still around, has the 12 mouse. What does that one look like? Let's take a look, because I haven't looked at this for a long time. Pull this up here. 12 button mouse. I want to see it from the side and get a good view. What are we looking at? What's probably a great example? Razor? Corsair? Razor. I trust Razor. What does this look like? Can we get a really nice side view on this thing? That's probably the best side view we can get. Why is this zoom so bad? I don't know. I don't like this, frankly. That is too many buttons for one finger. The only thing you've got there is your thumb. Your thumb is responsible for navigating that whole space. I'm not necessarily really a fan. I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I just poo-pooing a good idea? So the power of ranch dressing has convinced even my cat to eat some greens. Dude, ranch dressing is good on a lot of things. I don't care if it's considered sort of like white person salsa or whatever. I beg anybody to try it out. I think if you tried it on a lot of different foods, you would realize it's a good companion to a lot of foods. It just adds a little bit of tanginess, a little bit of creaminess. And if the food is already tangy and or creamy, don't use ranch. Don't be that person. But if it's missing those metrics to flavor, why not just give what you're interested in eating a little bit of a new taste metric? She took a leaf of my salad. Good. I don't know. Sometimes cats eating greens is a sign of like indigestion though, so maybe not great. Check Corsair. I trust them more. All right, we'll take a look. I don't look at Corsair for their goods. I'll usually look at them for their, for their peripherals. I'll usually look at them for their internals. That's the same kind of idea. Their buttons, though, some of them have texture, so I suppose it's easier for the thumb to sort of figure out what's going on here. Whereas with the razor, it doesn't look like the buttons are textured in any different way. Although it does look like they're angled funny from each other. Like there's some weird shadows going on here that makes me feel like there's something else going on there. You also have a home button here that has the same idea as your keyboard. Just a little bar that tells you what's going on. So I like this. I don't know if I like it a lot, though. That is a lot of work for one finger. I don't know if I'm sold. Not the biggest fan of it on other stuff, but it is my go-to salad. All right. My mouse has 2 buttons and a wheel. I've never felt a need for more. Maybe you and I don't play the same type of games. She didn't give a fuck about the salad until I put ranch on it. I mean, I probably wouldn't either, frankly. Razer done me wrong in the last 2 I had, so I stopped using Razer. Oh, okay. My keyboard is a Razer, and this has lasted me years and years and years. This was a birthday gift from ages ago, I think from Oz's dad. And this has been a fantastic keyboard. I'll be sad when it dies. And I'll probably have to try to run and find its modern match, because I don't know if I could change to another keyboard now. I'm so accustomed to this. It is clacky, and so if it weren't for this lovely boom arm, it would clack even louder on stream. It already still has a clack that I just can't get rid of, unless I just didn't use that type of keyboard for streaming. I know that's partly my reticence to try to do anything else on another keyboard, but it feels perfect. The mouse kept sticking and breaking, and I'm very careful with my mouse. The last one had a mouse click button stick. Oh, and the scroll wheel would get stuck scrolling. Oh, that's pretty awful. Sorry to hear. Big thing for most people, whether you have all the keys on the thumb or not, is the mouse wheel is not a terrific thing to be hitting the left and right buttons on. You have to sacrifice your left click button or your right click button finger to push on it. And I think pushing left and right with your fingers that way on your mouse is not ideal. On mine, I'm not going to draw a whole diagram for it, but, well, what I should do is maybe go to close-up so it's easier to point this out. And then I probably have to turn off this paint thing on there. There we go. So this is the layout for mine. The mouse wheel is on the thumb. My thumb naturally rests on the wheel, and so scrolling up and down is very easy for me. Sorry about the... whatever. I didn't clean this before stream. Tilting up and down is like just my thumb pushing up and down on it, which is a lot faster and easier. This is such a big trackball. Some people have single finger trackballs. Mine's a 2-finger for sure. Absolutely requires 2. And then I have two right-click buttons. One's actual right-click, and the other one is whatever you want it to be. I just have it mapped to something else. And then I also have, these are just extra buttons for shiggles. You can do whatever you want with them. I have them mapped to other things. And then I still have the browser forward and back with the thumb, where most people have theirs with the thumb too. So, yeah. And then there's this little thing down here. I do not use this. This is for switching the DPI or whatever, which I don't switch back and forth around. But, oh, left click. I skipped past it. You can see it's shiny here. This is my left click. It's on the thumb. So left click and right click are ring finger and thumb, sort of more of like a pinchy motion as opposed to clicking down from something on top, because my clicking down fingers are both engaged with the mouse ball. That's how that one works out. Where were we? KB100 from Corsair is really nice. Has a satisfying soft click. I'm not a soft click person. I like mechanical click. You can get a very mechanical one too, or very soft. All right, I'll take a look. Mine also came with different weights to help weigh the mouse down more. Interesting. I've heard about that kind of stuff. I don't think I can go back to doing a handheld mouse anymore now that I've trained myself on trackball. I feel like trackball is superior for sharpshooting in first-person shooters, and so I'll probably stick with it for life. Also, this particular trackball is just really well designed, and I really hope this company stays alive, because when this one dies, I'll probably go back to the exact same company and get the exact same trackball to replace it. It's been amazing. I will not move my whole wrist to move my cursor ever again. I tried trackball mouse before, but it was a Kensington. I'm not unfamiliar. So yeah, this is basically the control scheme. And then how this ends up mapping out in a game like Final Fantasy is this game does not have the same up and down movements. You're not talking about floating and flying through space. So I don't have a lot of up and down. So in a game like this, some of my fingers are on less use than others, but that's fine. I end up doing other things with my control scheme as a result. So let's take a look at how this ends up. I have a friend over there. I should go say hi before they disappear. Don't disappear yet. Somebody else got their hug in right next to me, and I missed mine. I'm shattered. I'm just going to cut stream early tonight. No, I'm just kidding. I kid. How this looks in Final Fantasy. You might look into Kensington if you like trackballs. Looks like they've come a long way from the trackball mouse. I'm always willing to compare and contrast based on what I got. I'm happy with what I have, but that never means that I couldn't be happier. The only time where I don't employ that thinking is in marriage, in which case you should rethink your parameters of what you need in life. If you always think you need something better, probably don't get married. But I'm not married to my trackball, so I'm happy to find something better if it exists out there. Final Fantasy. So basically the exact same control scheme that we were just looking at here. Let's just do like another layer on top of this one. Now we can see how this works out. So my main controls still are going to be the yellow. I've got forward and back on A and spacebar. So A and spacebar has got my forward and back. That's easy. I also do something on Final Fantasy that a lot of people don't do. Most folks have this set up so that character config, character, where is this? I'm trying to remember how this is set up on most people's movement settings, character based. I think this is it. Yeah. So most people have their game set up so that when they move forward, the character moves forward. When they press their back button, their character backs up. And their left and right are turn your character. And if you hold down your mouse button, then you do a side strafey thing this way while still aiming forward. This can be pretty important because you want the camera to dictate where you are looking so that you can aim at your enemy. If you turn away from your enemy, your attacks or your spells do not land. It will say you're not facing your opponent. So having this control scheme makes a lot of sense. The reason why I turned this off a long time ago is because your left and right movement are fine. They still move about the same speed as your forward movement. I don't think there's an impedance on speed when turning side to side. You can be my opponent. You can move side to side at about the same speed as you can move forward. But if somebody drops an AoE down on the ground and you have to move out of it, your fastest way out of an AoE circle would be something where... I'm being regened. Okay, that's fine. Let's pick something where we have an AoE circle we can drop down, like Astro. Oh, that's a very big AoE circle, though. Can we do something smaller, like the ninja circle? Oh, much better. Yeah, that's much more tenable. So, well, this one's very tiny. There's got to be something in the middle between those two. Oh, I can't drop this one. There aren't too many jobs that have a droppable reticle that I can think of. That was white mages. White mages. This one. It's still pretty big. But it's still really big. Okay. So, that's fine. This'll... You put your AoE down, but I can't see it to navigate out of it to make sense of it. So, if your control scheme is set up character-based... Or sorry, controller-based, or camera-based. That's what this is, right? No, I think this is character-based. Oh, yeah, this is great. This is actually a good example. Thank you. This does make sense. If you're here, your fastest moves are going to be left, right, or forward. And your character moves the fastest through them. It's not a problem. But if you're back here... Let's do another one. Thank you. If you're back here... If I move forward, left, or right, those might be the longer paths. Back is my fastest path out, but I move at like half speed, right? So getting stuck in a place where I need to go backwards means I need to do something really quick, like flip the camera and run might be the best thing. But if you're in a situation where you're in combat, flipping your camera to run might not be fast for everybody. Might not be good where you can do like a, I don't know, a finger flip of your mouse or whatever to get out of it that way. So I changed my controls long time ago to legacy type, camera based. And what this means is I will never be able to do backspaces or side strafes. What it does mean is my side strafe buttons move me at full speed to the side. My back button moves me at full speed to the back. I'm able to run away from AoEs significantly faster and easier without any camera tilt. This also lets me keep the camera on my focus target, whatever it happens to be in combat, so I can fight and still run away and keep eyes on target and run at full speed in combat. That just makes sense. That's just a Final Fantasy specific thing. And the other thing of it is that if I need to turn away really quickly, because some enemy attacks are based on whether you can see them or not. If your eyes are looking in their direction, they're eye-based attacks. They turn you blind or do other things to you if you're looking at the wrong time. Then I can just press back on my keyboard and I'm looking away. This counts as my eyes are turned away, even though my character's head is sort of looking over my shoulder. This counts as I'm safe. I don't have to tilt my whole camera around and press forward. I don't have to rotate my person around. I just walk backwards, and I'm safe. So it's much more agile in combat. Thanks, Lady Nico. Appreciate the demo there. So yeah, there's your forward and back and your left and right. So I have my S and F keys. That also means one finger per movement. So I can do pinky thumb to go forward and back. I can do ring finger and index to go side to side. And I can also do rotationals really, really fast. And one finger does not tap dance. I don't have my middle finger moving up and down like a WASD person would. They'd have to go back and forth between W and S. My fingers don't move. They're all resting. And all of my fingers are on the home keys as I move around. Because A is here, S is here, F is here. All of those fingers are on the home keys. My thumb is down here. Thumb, for me, when I'm on my home keys, when I'm typing, is usually going to be resting on the space bar. I have 0 finger movement in a game where I'm running around like this. Backpedaling is bad. Oh, yeah. In a game like this, to do the backpedal move is death in combat. It's too slow. It's going to get you in trouble. Oh, she came back. Let me go say hi real quick. I just need to always hug any friend that I see. It's required. Better to mouse turn? Yeah, I mean, that's why I have it disabled entirely and I use the legacy movements instead. So I never backpedal ever. My character just doesn't know what backpedal is. And I don't use mouse turns either. I don't have to. Makes me a little bit more agile, in my opinion. So my E and D, for most games, because I have this just trained in that they're going to be my up and down and Z space. And in Final Fantasy, I just don't really have an up and down Z space in most situations where I'm in combat. Those areas do get a little bit, or those key combos do get a little bit lack of use. Am I going the right way? I'm not going the right way. Can we just leave town? I'm going to go out the Central Shroud gate here. Just the Badger gate. The newbie area, if you will. So this is one scenario where a game like this didn't have much verticality at all, and so I felt like my E and D buttons for up and down were not well used. And then they became well used because the game introduced flying mounts. And now I do have an up and a down. And it does make sense to have verticality. And this became a very key component to navigating the world. So it did make sense suddenly for me to still have those buttons. And I have my strafe left and right are still strafe left and right in midair. And now I have a forward and back that also does forward and back. And so in a game that felt like it was not serving to have the verticality control scheme, like I have in other games where it does make sense, like Spaceship and flying simulator games and all that sort of thing, now it makes sense that I have easy up and down keys. And again, this sort of movement is easy. Spacebar, S, for those of you that are on QWERTY, F, A, and then E and D. Nice and easy. All my fingers are resting on home, except when I need to fly upwards. That's it. So the ease of control, the ease of moving from this to typing something is so quick and easy. It just makes more sense than WASD in every way, every which way. The only thing that I need periodically that moves my fingers off of the home keys at all is to get more altitude. But, you know, frankly, moving up with E, I do not a whole lot in this particular game, because once you hit E to jump off the ground, then I just aim upwards as well. And I do as much movement with aiming as I do with the movement buttons. Forward and back, forward and back. That is one of my favorite. I even used to sing that song to the kids when they were little babies. I don't know why. Just because it's It's an amazing song. I know we could show it off to the peer. Oh, to see how good my movement skills are. Could. Let's see. What else do we have going on here? So those are all my movements. Yes. Q I added as an extra movement. Q would be sprint. In this game, sprint is not something that you're using all the time in combat. It has a long cooldown. So Q ended up in this game being my auto run button. So I just tap Q and I can auto run. It's right next to forward. So mentally it makes sense as another movement key to mean forward. And because this game doesn't have a like a sprint endurance bar, that's probably what I would use Q for other MMOs, like to press and hold to use up your endurance meter or something like that. Also, you might wonder, if I'm not flying, what do my E and D up and down buttons do? E is jump. And in this game, for the longest time, jump was useless, but they eventually gave you things to do with jump, like jumping puzzles and stuff like that. Not too much, but there's some things that involve jumping as a mechanic in the game. And D, because this game doesn't have like a duck or a crouch or a prone mechanic, what I mapped D for is sitting down. In EverQuest 1, I got used to sitting in MMOs, because in EverQuest 1, you would sit and pull out your spell book if you were a spellcaster of any sort, healer or DPS. And with your spell book out, you would gain mana faster. If you're just running around, standing still, or running, your mana regens at a very slow rate. You had to sit, pull out your book, and suddenly you were regenning mana at a faster speed. It just makes sense, right? You're being scholarly. You're doing the thing that gets mana back to you, according to the mythos of that game. So I got used to that button being sit anyway, so why not? If you want no pressure. I'm not sure what I need to showcase that shows combat. I show the one thing, which is just changing the scheme to movement in this particular game, but that's specific to this game. Otherwise, I would. I also only have one class that I have set up for PvP, which at some point, maybe I should just work on fixing that. I said V was usually a melee attack or a target or ping sort of thing. What I did in Final Fantasy is there is no specific melee attack button. It's different from job to job or class to class. So I ended up making this be my target button. Go to a place with enemies. If I tap V, it automatically targets the nearest enemy. And if I continue to tap V, it will toggle through enemies, which is nice. Not every game has a good targeting system. Final Fantasies is not terrific, but it's okay. Sometimes you still need to click because as you're scrolling through targets, it's not getting the one that you want if it's slightly out of your cone of influence. If I turn here, the daddy long legs on my left is not targetable with my target button. So it's on screen, there's plenty of space to its left, and my cone of targets doesn't work. It crawls back to the right, and it works. Not terrific. For big fights, that kind of sucks. It's something even has space to its side on my screen, and it's not a valid target to toggle through. So there are ways around that you eventually learn, but it's not the worst. It's not the worst. And then my W and B, those are going to be my inventories, right? Again, this was just something that I learned in other games where inventory was really important. It's maybe less so in Final Fantasy to get into these, but some games require menu screens. They require them during combat to get what you need done quickly. And so I've stuck with that in Final Fantasy, even though it's not as much of a requirement. So my W key is my character screen, and my B key is my inventory or my backpack, right? Everything else in Final Fantasy, I've made bespoke to this game specifically. So all my mouse buttons or trackball buttons, I have distinctly set up for this game. And that's a scheme that I've made only on this game. When we play Alan Wake 2 over the weekend, I don't use any of my mouse keys for anything except left and right click. So, oh, I think that game also uses the mouse wheel click. And in this game, I don't use mouse wheel click because I just never thought of anything that it would be good for. What I use mouse wheel click for in Final Fantasy is changing the camera angle, and I think that's default behavior, and I just became accustomed to it. It goes into first person. And unlike almost every single other person I've ever seen stream Final Fantasy 14, I do prefer this game in first-person mode, except in combat where it's almost impossible to be in first-person mode. You just won't see the floor effects well enough. But this game feels so much more immersive in first-person to me. I don't like staring at my character running around like I'm not them. I like pretending I am the character. That's just the extra thespian role player within me, where I feel like I want to be in the head of who I am and run around cities and be able to like look up and around as though I am actually there playing the game, or sorry, actually there in the game, not just playing it, not just interacting with my character separately. And in fact, in really nice areas, if I like the scenery well enough, I also have a hotkey set up just to turn off my UI entirely, so that it's just me and the game. Although this does make me miss valuable information if people are trying to talk to me or do anything else. It also turns off names, so then I have to know people by how they look, although I kind of like that. So if I approached Lady Nico from out of nowhere in the middle of town, I have my UI entirely turned off. I just have to know that that's her. And if you are somebody's friend, you would. Although she does have a, more than a dozen different looks because of the different jobs that she runs. So it's different from that. That can be tricky. So we'll leave this on quite often. The other thing that happens besides all the different mappings that I have for my trackball is, again, I'm using mostly usually 2, 3, and 4 as my main forms of combat. I won't even use 5. So 5 goes the way of 1 and 6. It might get used for combat, but it's going to be used in specialized cases. And 2, 3, and 4 are going to be my big heavy hitter buttons. I'll also use R and T. And in this particular game, this is just specific to me. I'll also use C here as well, but it's usually on some sort of a different basis. C is almost exclusively for me some sort of, actually, let's do this, combat movement button. Because the one shtick that Final Fantasy XIV has that some other MMOs do not is there are a lot of effects where you have to be agile to either get in or get out of floor effects. They want you to dance while you're playing the game. And so when there's floor effects that you have to dodge and run away and run to and run back and forth and get close to people, get far from people, get close to the enemy, get far from the enemy, a lot of characters have some sort of movement like this. Something that moves you fast, something that gets you around. Different characters move, fast movement looks different. But a lot of them I will set to that C button because it's kind of close to my main cluster of move keys anyway. And we're going into ad break. Yeah, that's basically it. I'll probably also turn this into a YouTube video. I thought about doing this like with this live stream, but I think I might get more theatrical and do like, B-roll video and all that sort of stuff, make it into a scripted whole thing. so that it'll sit in my videos tab on YouTube as opposed to right now where it would just be in live. What on earth? Lady Nico, how do you what are the floaty bits around you? They look like a sage weapon, but you're not sage right now. So why does it look like you have sage floaties, sage bits, or whatever they're called? If it's a spoiler, you don't have to tell me. From the P raids in Endwalker? What's a P raid? Chess piece? Let's take a look. It's really cool. Let's see. Oh, it comes with the chess piece. Neat. Shiny. Thanks for sharing. I have it unlocked. Oh, gotcha. Just not saying it in case people watching haven't. Got it. Speaking of raids from Endwalker, I don't think I ever did the 3rd Alliance raid. I wonder if I queued up for it right now, if we'd be able to get in. Would you want to join me for my first run of, I think it's Thalea? Yeah. Let's see. Who do I want to be? Who should I be? Probably some sort of healer. You be a healer too? If you're gonna be a healer, maybe I will be something else. Let's be DPS so I don't have to think too hard while in the middle of combat. Lowest DPS right now. Who could use a little bit more experience, I guess. We'll go dancer. Okay. All right, let's see how long it takes to queue for an actual thing. It says average wait time is only 8 minutes. We'll see if that's true. Anyway, thanks for listening to my very long explanation of where I think WASD completely fails as a standard of movement and control, and where my control scheme was derived, how it's changed over the course of time, why I think it's something that's worth giving a shot because it employs a lot better ideas and optimizations that, given time and practice, could really stand to benefit you as a player. Most people likely be doing the new alliance, but shouldn't be too bad. All right. I feel like there's some folks out there that are maybe running dailies and might hit alliance raid and be forced to do something with us. But we'll see how it goes. I liked a lot of the other ideas some folks shared with me, helped us sort out exactly how the WASD setup was for most people. Because some of these I did kind of blank on and hadn't done a WASD control scheme myself in a really long time. For obvious reasons. I know it's not the deepest of topics, and sometimes we do deeper and much more crunchier deep dives on Discourse nights. I've had a draining couple weeks. Some of you know some of the backstory behind it. But this is my first Wednesday back after a hiatus last Wednesday. And I wanted to do something that is impactful, something that many of us as gamers interact with on a regular basis, but very few people actually stop to think about what it is that they've chosen to do and why, and if there's any other option out there for them. So if this isn't your control scheme, you see it and it seems completely foreign and really messed up and you would never adopt something like this, it might at least get you thinking about what ways could you change your own control scheme to do better, to make it so that all of your games have more of a cohesive experience. So you're not relearning and readjusting to new ideas all the time, which might give you some neuroplasticity, but might also make it harder for you to ever excel at any one game. Do you like my new Sage Gleam? Let's take a look. It's very nice. It looks very like high mystical society sort of feel. It gives me like Atlantis vibes. You know what I mean? With the blue and everything. I just feel like, yeah, you could come up from some sort of lost civilization looking like that. And the other thing is, I don't know, maybe it was worthwhile for us to go down memory lane as well. Not memory lane. Do research. It's not my memory that Thresh did all that. I wasn't there, wasn't around for that kind of stuff. But to see how Thresh sort of brought WASD to the mainstream, and how everybody, once they see somebody excel at something, might just bandwagon on and try it for themselves. Just like I often disparage QWERTY just because it happens to be the most regularly used keyboard layout, doesn't mean it's good. It just means it's gotten a lot of use, right? Now, in some cases, the most used might also be important for other reasons. Like, is Linux inherently better than Windows? A lot of people would argue yes, but if you're trying to do games and those games say Windows only installation, you might find yourself really down and out and frustrated that in order to get those games to play on Linux, you might need some sort of shell or something that might be an inferior experience than just having a Windows installation and playing your games on Windows. Some things are like that, where there's a monkey's paw. If you switch to a different standard, you might put yourself on the outs in some other way. I think operating systems are a clear example of that. Anybody who's been in the Apple infrastructure long enough knows that leaving Apple kind of hurts because Apple has some exclusives that won't come over to Android. And if you really love those things and you switch to an Android phone or an Android tablet, you might have a bit of a culture shock getting used to that. But I think switching away from WASD or switching away from QWERTY are things that don't have an innate loss factor to them. You're not putting yourself in a situation where you can no longer do certain things that are regular to you, because there is no default need where if you don't have QWERTY set up, you can't. But I guess maybe the one thing would be is if you exclusively play PC games from the 80s and 90s before they had controller bindings in their control scheme. But even then, like, I mean, you're talking about games older than Doom. So you've got to go way back to get to the games where none of the controls are mappable and you're stuck with whatever. But even then, we found out WASD was basically catching on around 1996. So if you're talking about old 80s games, chances are WASD is not the standard for those games either. You're going to be stuck with something else entirely. It has leg brace thingy too. Leg brace. I see like leg jewelry or something. Kind of looks like a bracelet, but for the leg. It's kind of cool. Unexpected. And it's subtle. You don't see it right away. It's kind of cool. I left Crapple, never looked back. I've used a lot of Apple devices over the course of my life. I learned my first programming courses were done on Macs because that's what the school I was going to was teaching off of. But the farther in I got into computer science, which was eventually my university major, I found that the world was dominated in the school system anyways. The school systems were dominated with Windows machines, and it just didn't make sense to continue on to learn anything with Mac except to just sort of keep up with how Mac users do things in case I needed to be of help, or I mean, I'm my family's tech. I'm my family's IT. So whenever anybody has a question or something's going wrong with them, I have to step in and do whatever it is, regardless of what device they have. It's just my default position. So do I know iPhone? Do I know Mac OS? Very well. Probably better than even some advanced users. But it's just because I care and I want to know everything, a little bit of everything. At some point, I will get better at all of that with Linux as well, but I'm a relatively new Linux user, sad to say. I know slightly still how to work them, just won't use them myself. Yeah, I probably will never either. The big thing for me is that the one reason why I'm not a console gamer and I am a PC gamer is cost. I was never somebody of great means, and so dropping something like $500 on a new console, and then on top of that you have to add on for storage, controllers, and any games that you want to play. It's a lot of upfront high-end cost, whereas having a PC is usually an incremental thing to keep up with games. If you play a game, you can play it on lower settings, and if the lowest settings is not adequate, then you go out and you buy a new graphics card, or you buy a new hard drive, or you buy new RAM. And we've done that just here in stream, where we've bought little incremental pieces to help with things in the running and operations of everything. It's going to be significantly easier to do, and as long as you know how to put a device into the slot on your motherboard that fits that device, working on PCs is relatively easy. Hard drives can only plug in one way, video cards can only plug in one way, RAM can only plug in one way. You will never get it wrong. There's no other place for RAM to go that you can mess up, right? So it's not difficult to play around with a PC and get it going. Whereas you can't open up a Mac and do the same thing. You can't open up a console and do the same thing. You're dropping tons and tons of money in big, one-time purchases. And when something goes wrong, you either have to go get the whole thing fixed, or you have to go get the whole thing replaced. And that's just not a reasonable expectation when there's an alternative that's much more cost-effective out there. I like watching Who's the Boss on YouTube. He covers a lot of electronic devices. PCs, you can change out parts if you built it yourself. Can't do that with console. Exactly. Never underestimate the stupidity of people. I've seen amazing things. Oh, like trying to stick something in the slot that doesn't fit. I suppose that's true. I've seen some pretty wild stuff myself with tech, but if you're brave enough to open up a computer tower, I mostly feel like you're probably smart enough to know what thing plugs into what. And if you don't, just like look at it and see if it fits. Putting their iPhone in the cassette slot in their car. Wow. There's no way for those two. I guess with a cassette slot, the only thing I could say in the defense of those people is you can't see all the way to the back of a cassette slot easily, right? You have to push open a little door that protects it most often, and then looking back, it might be too dark to see what's going on back there. Maybe you think it has some sort of a male lightning plug or something like that. You're like, yeah, that makes sense. It looks like it fits my phone. It's mostly phone shaped. Welcome back, Trella. Because they thought it was a phone charger. Yeah. Things aren't moving around things that aren't moving anymore. Oh, gotcha. I understood that sentence. I am happy to hear you're feeling better and that things are tamped down the way they ought to be. We're doing okay on building this party. We got 4 folks. We've already got a tank and another deeps. So slowly but surely, we're making this happen. Vertigo is a bitch. I had vertigo. I didn't mention this on my lore stream, but I had vertigo for something in the order of about 5 years. When it came on, I was a barista, and I believe that caffeine might have had something to do with it. I was, one, probably kind of addicted to caffeine at this era of my life, and two, I think just being around espresso and coffee bean grinding machines, there's a certain amount of stuff in the air that you're breathing all the time. And I don't know if it's like caffeine was getting into my system more than it should, or if just ground coffee was an irritant somehow to my my nose and throat and sinuses and everything. But the weird thing is it would just come on with almost no warning. I could just be working, I could be driving, I could be at home hanging out, I could be exerting myself or just having a conversation. And out of nowhere, the entire room would start spinning, like spiraling in front of me. Not spinning like a merry-go-round, but spinning like this way in front of me, which was wild and very, very disorienting. I'd get excruciatingly nauseous, sometimes throw up. I'd have to go sit down, lie down, and wait for it to go away. If I could sleep, then it was usually gone. I think always gone by the time I woke up. So sleep seemed to help. Nothing else helped but time. So there was nothing I could do to ameliorate. I looked up every trick and tactic online, weird Valsalva maneuvers, or things you do with your ears, or you plug and you push air, or just you name it. I tried it. Tuck your head under your body this way, or invert yourself that way, or lie down in this particular orientation. Every single guide that you can find with a Google search, I tried, and none of them worked. And then one day, 5 or so years later, my vertigo went away on its own. I have no understanding what happened, why, or if it'll ever be back. I hate it. It's one of the worst feelings in the entire world. You're just helpless, entirely helpless. If you're getting fine coffee dust in there, that isn't good. Probably. None of us were wearing any sort of filtration devices, and when you grind coffee, it definitely turns into particulate. I mean, you can walk into a coffee shop and you smell the coffee. So the aromatics of the brewing and grinding processes turn into something that, you know, when you stop in for a cup, you're breathing a little bit and you go, oh, that's a really nice smell. When you work there, that's the air that you're breathing your whole shift. You work an 8-hour shift, you're breathing 8 hours of those particulates. I worked at a French bistro in California. Never had an effect like that. Mine didn't start till after my strokes. Gotcha. Migraine first, then the spinning starts and either stops or I black out. Oof. That's really rough. When the spins trigger the CVS, I don't know what CVS is when it's the worst. Same thing as like miner's lung and baker's lung. I feel like maybe. I wonder if those folks also had issues with their ear, nose, and throat. Like weird closures or funny things happening with the ear or nasal issues. I have nasal issues in this room. There's no coffee being ground in here, but I feel like there might be something in this room I'm allergic to, and I don't know what it is. I don't know where to start. There are a lot of things in this room besides what's the blank wall behind me and my little display of Stuart's artwork. But this room gets me like a little bit snotty every time. Cyclic vomiting syndrome. I've never heard of this. You start vomiting and can't stop. That sounds awful. Absolutely awful. I don't think I've ever had that. I've only once or twice in my life tried to throw up nothing, and that's an awful burning experience to have bile come up. But not what you've described. Getting hacking coughs or lessened lung capacity. Our little keeps getting coughs, catching them from school. I mean, that's pretty much the only place where she's engaged with sick other people all the time, is like that school. I mean, especially kindergartners. There's so many of them that are sick, like perpetually or often. And so she's got a lot of coughs this year, and it's alarming. I don't like that she keeps catching germs from other kids so much. I suppose it means she's being social, but I wish there was significantly less incidents of germ transfer there. There isn't any mold in the room, is there? This is a relatively new room. It was an add-on from the original construction of the house, so I don't believe there's like mold in the walls or on the walls or anything of the sort. It feels climate fine, like not musty or humid in here. But there are old things in here, like old books and stuff, and I can't help but wonder if something in here has some sort of like mummy's curse disease in it. Yeah. It goes on and on. It's brutal. After dry heaving for a while, blood starts coming up and the bathroom looks like a murder scene. Dude, wow. That really sounds awful. I'm assuming that that only happens because there is no way out once it starts, right? Otherwise, you would say, oh no, the CVS is coming back. It's time to take this pill, or it's time to, take this shot or do this maneuver or do whatever. Gotten dry heaving or puking a few times in a row. Yeah, not a fun experience. Usually, luckily, most of the time if I get sick at all, it's almost always out the other end, which is also awful in its own way, but not nearly as awful. I think when you have to sit on the toilet, first of all, it's a more comfortable experience. And second of all, even when you're sick that way, it feels more natural and forgivable from your own experience that your body can do that kind of stuff than when you have to throw up, when you're on your knees in the bathroom. It's just not a fun experience. Zofran is the only thing that seems to help, assuming you can get it down. Yeah, that I could see that being a problem too. You take something for it, and then you've got to pray that you're actually gonna absorb what you've taken. This is one of the few areas in the game where, because flying used to be not allowed, I have the mount speed bonuses to this particular part of the game. Most of the game, if I'm running on the ground, I'm running slow. But back in the olden days, there was no flight in old parts of the game. You had to find other ways to get around quickly, and fast move speed is an option. It's still an option in the newer maps, but by default, as soon as you fly at the fastest speed you can move on the map. So for newer maps, it doesn't make sense to unlock the fast ground speed. You just fly. Oh, somebody's first time here. I've never seen that dance. That's just slash dance for catfolk. Ah, gotcha. So we're at 23 minutes elapsed. We've got 2 hours left of stream. we've gathered a pretty good amount of people now. We've got another healer, got 3 more deeps. We're still sitting on 1 tank. I think this can happen. I think we just have to be patient. We're slowly grabbing everybody that we need to for this. I'm really surprised, though, that the Alliance Roulette doesn't work faster to gather up randos for this kind of thing. I always assumed that the roulette system was exactly for... Oh. That's a cool emoji. Or emoji? Emote. Another thing worth noting about Final Fantasy in particular, it's different from some other games, is that the UI experience is not static. The game comes with its own UI editor, which is pretty good for a non-modded experience. In World of Warcraft, I used to have probably something in the order of 12 mods that I used to make the UI more usable, especially for large raid sort of content. Whereas in Final Fantasy, I find the interface acceptable on its own. And the best part, and I don't know that everybody who plays this game leverages this utility, is you can also set up your custom UI 4 times over in 4 very different setups. The way I have mine set up is I have a debug mode where I can just see everything in one space as I need to make large swath adjustments and just make sure everything's right and nothing's broken entirely. I have a mode that's meant more for just traveling around and interacting with friends. There's no combat readiness. Most of the stuff is prioritizing a wide field of view that's unobstructed by almost anything else that the game would offer. I have my standard combat mode. This has everything necessary for combat, basically all around my character, which is how I had it set up in World of Warcraft, where the buttons sort of come around my character and the information is as close to my character model as possible. So my eyes don't do a lot of darting mid-combat. And lastly, I have a crafter set up. So this one, while it doesn't make sense when I'm a non-crafter, oh, I need to make some changes to this outfit. Make this happen. When I'm in here as a crafter, Let's change this so that this doesn't show up this way. I still need to make some changes. I've mid editing from the new expansion. As crafter, everything's got a different layout because it's the game's played differently than when you're in combat. So naturally, it's going to require a different sort of scenario. And my targeting and everything is going to be different here too because I'm not engaged with enemies. I'm engaged with whole crafting submenu. Let's go back to, what did I queue up as again? Dancer? I don't know what. It's been a long time since I've just sat around and emojied around. Let's make this more stream friendly so it's able to be seen on stream too. Sorry, I'm usually more chatty this time of night, but today's got me particularly drained. I also did a lot of, even though this was a discourse, I had a lot to say on my end. And I don't know, I feel like I ran my mouth dry, perhaps. Usually I can make it all the way to the end of stream without getting slow of speech. Oh, a friend request. Actually, I haven't had a friend request from anybody in a very long time. I also have emotes I don't think I've ever used. Or maybe I just haven't ever clicked on them. Maybe I've used them before, but just don't click on them in this menu. Where is this? Just fun meeting somebody who's so new to the game as this. Or maybe it's just their first character here. Or a new character. Because they seem to be pretty good with goofing around with emotes and being a sociable person in an MMO. Lady Nico's back, likely with a gift. Another thing that I didn't mention that I was considering mentioning is when it comes down to control scheme with all of the action buttons that I have on a job per job basis. I don't know if other people play this way because I am one of the few people, well, I guess there's a lot of us, who run every single job in the game, that I try to make my layout for every character, every job that I play, the exact same thing as best as I can. So if I have a dash forward mechanic on one job, I will put that on one button and do that on every single other character that also has a dash forward. If I have a defensive ability that raises my defense or gives me some sort of shield or bubble, I'll place that on the same button for every single job if they have one. If I have a self-heal that's like an oh no button or just basically anything that's like a long cooldown oh shit sort of button, that goes in the same place for every single job. So I try to do that across every job and create a scenario in which the changing between job to job to job is as light and simplistic as possible for a game where the job mechanics can be somewhat different. Although one criticism I do have of this particular game, while being maybe the best story in an MMO, the difference between jobs and how they are played is not as diverse as other MMOs I've played. And so when you are playing one melee DPS versus another melee DPS, the amount of sameness is unfortunately higher than other games. There's still differences. There's still quite a bit of diversity in gameplay to be seen. It's not as bad as Guild Wars 2, whereas Guild Wars 2, the sameness is a little bit too much. It's still rather different in Guild Wars 2 to go from class to class, but not as much as I wish it were. But on the spectrum of MMOs that have a different gameplay experience for each different character class, Final Fantasy is on the lower side, not as low as Guild Wars, but lower than other games. Get the kitty out. Oh, that's yours. He's still working on doing it. It's there, but it's caught underneath that lady's legs for me. Cannot click on your cute little... Oh, there it is. A nutkin. I forgot about handover. That does different things for each minion too, doesn't it? Some don't have handovers and some do, and it's different per minion. I also thought that pet does different things too. Some are responsive to different pets, some are not. I don't think my book responds to petting. Some will roll over or react. That's very cute. Okay, where are we looking here? We still have one tank. We've lost a lot of our players, actually. We were up to 4 DPS. We're down to 2. We had 2 healers. We're down to 1. Maybe this isn't happening tonight. It is a Wednesday, and it's getting later for some folks. We might be losing some of the East Coasters, even as we're picking up some of the PST, West Coast folk. That's probably one of the reasons why I haven't run this Alliance raid yet, because I took a hiatus for part of Endwalker. We were doing other stuff with what little time we had, and came back, and a lot of this stuff was already out of vogue, or people were doing things or not doing things based on that. Cute. On my screen, yours is on your head. I didn't know they hung out there. I also forgot that there are some minions that will chill in different parts of your body. I used to run one of those, but the book makes most sense to me these days. Lala's shoulders are too small, so most pets will sit on their heads. Gotcha. That's cute. At least they figured that out instead of trying to push for it. I feel like a lot of MMOs don't care very much about clipping, so they'll usually make choices out of simplicity. But Final Fantasy does a pretty good job about making sure that the experience isn't the worst. Although I'll say that for all the graphic updates that are happened to the character models and to the main worlds, the 3 original city-states in this game, which have made the game look far more beautiful than I ever expected it to. It really shows when you go to an area where some of the textures and graphical areas have not been updated and might never get an update because they're probably low on the totem pole now that the whole game's gone through graphical updating. And you can really see it when you go in first person and sit and look at the ground. Why am I? Oh, I'm sitting on a stump. That's why I'm camera angles tilting like that. So this was something that was very common in the game when it was newer, and still persists in some of the oldest parts of the game. This really weird stalactite ground where it's just very, very bumpy. And I mean, we're sitting on wood right now, so wood kind of makes sense that would do this to some degree, have some bumpy, edgy, weird, I don't know, this is terribly uncomfortable to sit on and even walk on because I feel like you'd break an ankle. But most of the ground did this level of bumping, and I don't know why. It's the only game I've ever seen where the ground texture was so irregular like this. Again, newer graphics updates and newer areas don't have the same issue, but the older areas do. Let's see. This might be a newer texture that we're looking at here. It's still... Yeah, this might be one of the newer textures. It's far less bumpy and weird in comparison. They tried simulating the texture of the wood. I don't think that's the issue. This is all new texture. There are areas of the game that are not wood, that are stone or paving stones or other things. This looks like it's got the update as well. If I can find other places where the textures were not updated, I can show you what I mean. But here's wood that's gotten an update since the graphic engine update. If we sit, it's bumpy, but not the same kind of bumpy at all. This makes more sense. Keep in mind, this is a game that's meant, one, for console, and two, usually meant to be played from, you know, far, far out. So when you look down at the bumpiness from where most people have their cameras, that's really not a big deal. In fact, it looks textured and it looks reasonable. Maybe they overdid the textures thinking most people are going to be playing this far away from their character. Huh? What are we showing him? Dog minion? Oh. One sec. I have a shortcut for that. Where is that? There. Minion guide. Where's my Doge? Oh, they're getting along so well. Oh, did they fight on your screen? I don't think they're synced. Some people's, I think the minions are client-based and not server-based, so where they're standing or sitting or what part of the animation they're in. Oh, be still for a minute. They will. Where'd they go? They're going at it on my screen anyway. Fierce battle. You also have the wedding Moogle, I presume. It's another one that has interactions with itself. I don't know if any others do off the top of my head. The bride's Moogle. Set of Primogs? Do they dance with each other? Oh, they do. That's cute. Cute stuff. Oh, for the first time in a long time, I have a chill sitting in this room. Should have probably worn something more than just a t-shirt. It's starting to get chilly this time of year. Nice. Well done. I assume you have every glamour slot filled with something. I should probably work on glamour at some point, but I have so much catching up to do with just the base game itself that I don't want to, after all, they say glamour is the end game. Do you have Zidane or Garnet? I don't know what those are, so I don't think so. Minions? I do not think I have them. I do not. Pre-order bonuses? Oh, yeah. No pre-order stuff. That's a big old Moogle. I just got sat on by a chocobo. Rude. I don't think I really have any good or fun glamours set up or set aside yet. Get my book back out. There's no way to do glamour plates when you're out and about, is there? Still have my do I still have my wedding one, or was wedding just a wedding outfit? I forget. I think I might have just had an outfit selected for that. Plates, no, I have to do that at the glamour dresser. Gotcha. $50 minutes? Yeah, I think we can call time of death on this one. There you go. It's my wedding garb. I wonder if there are any other... Let's see, there might have been other duties that I was looking to run to unlock things that I haven't unlocked yet. Not those just yet. That's just finishing up a quest. Alo Island. I guess I have a couple V and C dungeons. Do you know, Lady Nico, if those queues go fast or nah? I haven't done V and C since it was new to the game. I also have Diamond Weapon that I haven't unlocked yet. I think that's mostly it. Okay, stream froze for me. Oh, welcome back. I was just saying I think we need to abandon Thalea, but there are a few other places that I haven't unlocked yet. I wonder if you would guess that diamond weapon or one of the VNC dungeons would be a faster queue than this. But I haven't done either of those to know if they'd be a better queue. This one just seems like it's dead in the water, which has been for a long time. You remind me of the frog from Chrono Trigger. Cute. All right. Let's close this, I think. I wonder if this will save. If you can save this as a layered picture or not. I don't think you can. Oh well. Womp womp. Going gamer bomb, you're totally cool. I like helping out new players too. This person has some good questions now. So yeah, I think I'm going to pull out of Thalea. Let's try instead trial. One of these. Maybe it's not trial. Maybe it is considered a raid. No, it's not. What would you call diamond? The clouded deck. Trial? Maybe a trial. Cloud deck. Oh, it's under Shadowbringers. Oh, really? Huh. Guess I don't remember this being this old. Give this a shot. It says 6-minute wait time, but then, if we remember, when we joined the queue for Thalea, it said 8 minutes. So, I don't know. We'll see how things are going at this particular time frame. This is one job that I need to absolutely fix my control scheme for. It's really messed up. It's been a long time since I played with performance. Did they change this at all? Seems like it's a little bit better. Maybe. No changes to performance. Oh, okay.
Kissing everything.
Welcome in, Raiders. Well, hello, hello. Chaotic, aka Kayak, in our group of friends. How we doing, bud? Long time no see. What's good in your world? Let's give a shout out to one of my favorite streamers. If y'all don't know Chaotic by now and you haven't sent a follow, a sub, or your firstborn child, what are you doing with your time here? What are you doing on Twitch? If you're watching on YouTube or Kick,
Container, get the fuck out of the way.
you got to go to Twitch for this. Until we convince him to stream
I like
everywhere
how
else.
IT just sings on a loop.
Whoa, hello, hello.
Like you have to come back later in the game for him to be stopped. Can't get you out of my head. Jarvis and Nene.
Beautiful. A wonderful performance. Also, thank you for that, Kylie Minogue. It's the song we all needed. I've been shooting stuff as a squirrel. How is that game? It looks... it honestly looks amazing. It looks so rewarding to play. It just looks like a fun time. What the fuck was that? Hey, I don't know. I pull clips from everybody's library with 0 time reference. So that might have been something old from the annals of history. I said annals on stream. Yeah, you tell me. It's your library. Mary, how are things? What's good? We are queued up for diamond weapons, like an epic boss fight sort of thing. But we found this little new person. See the little sprout next to his name? We call them sprouts. Get real close. You can see. I guess the closer you get, the smaller the name gets. But yeah, they're brand new to the game. And so Lady Nico here is just showing them the ropes. They learned some stuff about how to play later aspects of the game. Answer questions. Doing all the mentorship sort of things. Things are good. Good enough to wiggle a noodle at. Twerk that pasta. Is it a Brussels or a bean sprout? That's a good question. I would want to say that these are bean sprouts. And the reason I would say that is because when they grow up, when they become full-fledged players like us, we hope that they become good beans. I don't know. That's my best attempt at making some sense out of what you said. Personally, between the two, I don't know. I like both for different reasons. Green beans, this is the weirdest thing. I don't know why this is, but you can tell me if you guys agree or not. A good green bean that's like fresh picked, garden fresh, and like still like crispy and lightly cooked and, you know, sauteed with butter and whatever is just okay. But for some reason, my stupid tongue really loves like canned green beans in salt water. Just like the nasty, just like the cheap grocery store cans. You pop one of those open, I come running like a cat that you're opening a can of cat food. Like, is that green beans? Oh, yeah. Pour that into a bowl and nuke it, and I'll just have that. A really nicely cooked green bean is fine, but for some reason, I just love that, like, F-tier shit when it comes to green beans. Brussels sprouts are the opposite way. When I grew up, or when I was growing up, like, everybody who I'd ever known to try a Brussels sprout, myself included, just I think all of our parents knew you stick these in a boiling pot of water and then you serve them at their like nastiest, slimiest, smelliest stage. They're just like this, I don't know, like sweaty, dirty athletic sock kind of flavor. And it's just like awful. And so one time I was going to my best friend's house and he's like, I'm going to make you dinner. I was like, all right, you know, I'm for it. Okay, well, what's for dinner? He's like, it's going to be a surprise. I come over and he's like, so I'm making, I forget what he said. He was roasting some kind of fish. We're pescatarian. He's roasting some kind of fish. And he said, I'm making you Brussels sprouts. And I was like, what do you mean? I thought you were my friend. Why would you make me Brussels sprouts? And he's like, hang on. I got this thing. So he cuts every Brussels sprout in half. Puts a little drizzle of olive oil, some salt and pepper over the whole shebang, and then he pan sears them so that there's like some browning. You don't want to get them black, but you get them browned on both sides. And he's like, all right, now that everything's seared, you got all the moisture in there and everything. You got a little bit of that that darker flavor. It's like caramelizing with the oil and the edge of the Brussels. Then he like oven roasted them for something like 30 to 40 minutes on kind of like a 350 or something like that, if I remember right. He took those out, and not only were they like butter, they were not slimy. They were like buttery, like a roasted garlic clove or something. But all the cabbagey nastiness was gone. They were just like a delicious, salty, like verdant sort of green flavor to it, but not like bright. I don't know how to explain it. I've never had a Brussels sprout before or after that ever had that same. They were just fantastic. I'll never have anything less than oven roasted ever again. And the searing process, I think, is like what really makes it just golden. It was so good. Yeah. That's how I will teach my kids what Brussels sprouts are. I will never show them a boiled Brussels. If we see those in the wild, I'd be like, kids, don't touch those. That's a lie. That's a lie. Somebody fucked up. They don't know what they're doing. Sometimes that nasty shit is what we need. I love me some Spam. Dude, are you a fan of Spam Musubi? I think everybody who likes Spam either knows what it is and is in love with it or needs to know. If you're not on the Spam Musubi train, you need to make that happen. Fish. Yes. Being pescatarian is actually not very limiting. In fact, we have a really great fishmonger that has access to stuff that we can't get in grocery stores. And so between the fishmonger and the grocery stores, we've got like such a good variety of all sorts of awesome stuff. We get like eel and some like sushi fishes. We get saba, which is like a small mackerel. Oh shit, it actually popped. What was I going again as? Dancer? I'm doing on this guy real quick while I still have a little bit of time. Okay, queuing up. Yeah, we've never regretted the choice to be pescatarian, and we'll still eat cheese and eggs and the whole shebang. We do dairy. That's fine. Mark 1, Anti-Icon War Machina. The diamond weapon. And we are flying to it on a flying base. Target in sight. Pin it down. Oh, I missed the rest of it. Pin it down something, something, something. I haven't fought this fight, so this is all new. Oh, it's got anti-me weapons. Threat detected, returning fire. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Can we dodge it? Ooh, slick moves. This is our kaiju attached to the floating platform. So this is like a kaiju sort of fight, if you know what I'm talking about. Like, you know, your Godzilla, Mothra sort of things. Big ass monster things. This is like an epic, super epic fight. We're probably still going to fight it as people. This is just the cutscene that intros the fight. Okay, so it's not anti-us entirely. Do we take it down? Down, down? It's on the ground? Nope. They're doing fine. It didn't look like it sustained any damage. I love sushi. Don't mind like cooked fish though. I love both. Depends on what. Except shellfish. I could eat shellfish all day long. Don't be shellfish. Share some of that. Man, that's hard to say. Okay, I gotta tell these people it's my first time so that they don't pick on me. All right, let's see how badly I do. What sort of tactics we're gonna see here? I don't know. Is that another one of us? Time for my next trick. G Savior Mark II opening containment field. We do have something tricky. Neat. We're boxing it up. Now it can't go anywhere. Deploying claws? Uh-oh. Whoa! How do we get away from that? Okay. Gotta follow everybody. That was scary. Okay, so they'll be bouncing back and forth between these two platforms. Looks like that's part of it. I don't have to be too mindful. I just have to watch what everybody else does. Ooh, yeah, that guy swabs the whole deck, me hearties. It's funny, I just get into a fight and suddenly I'm much more alert and energetic. Like the waiting was draining my... Whoa! Okay, I got hit by something, but I think that was inevitable. Alright, those are get away from the tank icons. So all we gotta do is get away from the tanks. Doing terrible here. That's a stack up because we're gonna share some damage. If you don't stack up, then the people who are remaining there have to take it all together. Not terrific. I like mussels, but I don't like clams or oysters. Interesting. I have to keep fighting until my dream, our dream. What? True face of the diamond weapon. Uh-oh. Ooh, run. It's going to push us back. Oh, my. That was... Ooh. That was quite the flip. Stay sharp. It's far more agile than before. Oh, my. Uh-oh. We're losing one of our platforms. I guess it's on now. We got to go toe-to-toe. Uh-oh, what's going on? Oh, that's a lot. I think this is safe. I see it's doing one of those dashies. Somebody panicked. It's everywhere. That is a tank buster sound. Just gotta not stand where the tank is. And we should be fine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I make an oyster stew that's delightful. It's super easy to make too. That sounds good. It sounds like something that if you haven't shared in Gluttony yet, that needs to happen. Oh my, what's happening there? Oof. Made me nervous. Another tank buster. This guy looks very much like a Geiger alien. Just gonna stand over here. I like that. He's so bouncy. It's kind of fun. He's like all over the place. He's got big Stitch energy. Reminds me of Lilo and Stitch. Uh-oh. Today we fight as one. What's happening? Oh, is he getting big again? Okay. We're coming back. Sid must have fixed whatever was going wrong. Sorry to keep you waiting. The repairs to the Mark II should be... It can enhance its agility, but only for a short while. We best pin it down while we still can. Alright. Uh-oh. What is happening to me? No. Good. Still avoiding dairy for now, and it's milk-based? Ah, gotcha. Uh-oh. Move. I'm too late. I'm too late. Oh, no. I just ran off the edge. The teleporter didn't even work anymore. That's what I get for reading chat while I'm trying to fight. My bad. What do we got there? Oh. Whoa. There's a lot of bullet hell on the screen. Let me finish this up and I can read chat again. I think if I focus on chat, I'll probably die again. Oof. Okay, that's unavoidable. It's not my fault. I don't even know what's happening right now. Okay. Tanks go away. Let's go over here. Alright. Didn't hurt anybody. Oh, it's coming at me. Oh, that ain't good. That's what happens. I didn't realize it chases you. Well, now that it happens to me, I know what it does. You know, I saw the icon, the chase icon, but it didn't dawn on me what you had to do. Hey. The containment field won't hold. I'm glad they brought back the weapons in this entry. They were some of my favorites from 7. Yeah, definitely. I really liked playing through the end game part of 7. They say I did great. I don't know about that. I only died twice. I did not do terrific damage, but I did okay. Okay, so exit still puts me right back where I was. Hello. If you're heading for Turncliffe, just say the word. Oh, not yet. There's somebody I need to talk to over here. It's Gaius. Spoilers for anybody who's avoiding story. I think I ought to do this story while I'm still up here. I died once because the tank clipped me. Ugh, bummer. Yeah, the tanks were in kind of awkward positions, but I can't blame everybody for not memorizing every single part of this game. It's really pretty up here. I like being above the cloud level, just chilling in the skies. Very epic feeling fight being up here. If it wasn't so dialogue heavy, I think Baldur's Gate 3 would be great for you to stream. Yeah, I think if you're the type of streamer that doesn't like talking or engaging with the audience, you're just kind of like you begrudgingly do things on live on the internet because I don't know why. Then maybe games that are very heavy of dialogue are okay. And I know a lot of people play Baldur's Gate 3 and get chatty. They probably just take breaks between the dialogue portions so that they can communicate with chat and all of that. I know tonight a lot of folks were kind of on the sleepy, tired, going to bed early side of things. So it wasn't just me that had a lull of like where I had trouble talking. I think everybody was kind of on the tired side. A lot of folks are sleeping right now. So, in those circumstances, I could see, you know, playing a game that's more dialogue heavy not being a big issue. I also played Cyberpunk on stream. That one's a pretty dialogue heavy game. But there are also plenty of content areas where you can just focus on the game and still talk because the dialogue parts are on the lighter side. Baldur's Gate 3 seems up my alley. I never bought it, and then everybody played it and streamed it and went past it. And I don't know if it's worth hopping into later after the fact, or if I should just wait for the next big thing to come, or if I should just focus on finishing the games that we promised to finish, like Mother 3. But it looks fun. Baldur's Gate 3 is just an outstanding game altogether, though. I mean, how often can you use practical reasoning in a game and it lets you, and it works? That's pretty cool. Staging a jailbreak by shape-shifting into a cat? That sounds fun. Waits for kindergarten. It's on the list. When Mother 3 starts back up, which happens on stream schedule after we finish Alan Wake 2, we go back to Mother 3, and after Mother 3, we do the other Mother-based games. So that would be Undertale, Omori, Kindergarten, all of that comes into schedule at that time. So fear not, it's coming. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. Now what are we going to do? Gut it? Because we defeated it. And we're going to go loot the sweet juice inside. Spoilers. Please turn off your ears for 20 seconds. Everybody in these are Gaius's adopted orphan kids piloting these machines, so that's why he cares so much. I'm saving, I promise. Toady, you can't save Final Fantasy 14. But hi and welcome. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. Toady, you fucking boomer, you can't save and turn off an online game. Fairly sure you can save, can I? I pray we're not too late. Oh, there it is. I love seeing these other areas. Areas that are not actually in the game or not in the game yet. My eye just like pours over the details and like aches to get to this part of the world. I've always wanted to play the areas that are like the provinces outside of the Empire. I don't know why. I guess I just want to, even more so than other places that are hinted at exist in the game, but we don't get to see, like Mericidia. I really want to see the areas around the Empire. Ali. God, please don't call me a boomer that's like 2 generations too old. Boomer's also a mentality, especially when it comes to technology. At that point, it's not a epithet for generation. It's just talking about your Luddite status. But people don't use the word Luddite anymore. Please, take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Dai has doubts. But okay. What's he gonna do? This is such a pretty area with all the like nice wide trees and the big mountain range in the background. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. People don't use Luddite, really? People, I don't know. People like you and I do. But I don't hear most people use that word. Usually just boomer. If you have a score to settle, now's your chance. Show yourself. There's our man. Come to gloat, have you guys? It's not over yet. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I would expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. Burn out the bad. How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You are the one who stood in my way at every turn. I hate this guy's haircut. I think that is like the biggest atrocity that he committed. It started with the hair. And then everything else about him just turned sour and he became one of the most evil characters in this game. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine! Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Grandeur? What the hell? Grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Heh. I remember this questline having uncomfortably high quality sweat or milk. Awkward. Why? He's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turned out that the beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant. When he put his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens van Varel could conceive such a marvel. And to think that Ali came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he's already become part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she'd envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, well, that might also explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that is spread throughout the Empire. Oh, it ends here. He's not happy. Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but to all of mankind. And now, you will die. Hey, there's the old Gaia's X attack thing. What on earth? What does that iPad do for him? Have you forgotten, Gaius? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. Is he like reading his data and then doing a whatever it tells him to do to counter the attack? That's impressive. That's some speed reading right there. Fastest reader in all of Garlemald. Uh-oh. You haven't seen this one. He's got a new attack. Whoa. Wait, which one is this? Which one is this? I haven't seen this one yet. Come on. Terminus est croquemors. You're not the fastest speed reader. But this wasn't in my data. Oh shit, he's an iPad kid. That wasn't milk. Obviously, this is not the best way to fight. Please do not try to read the tutorial right before the attack comes. This would be like going into an extreme fight and watching the video like while you're doing the fight. Reactivating synthetic orocyte system. Uh-oh. You can see this playing one of two ways. It becomes violent. Oh. It becomes violent to its former master. Do it. Get him. Its final wish. To squish him with his hands. This can't be. How is it still functional? Removing memory inhibitors. You? Stop this at once. Please, let me go. Albert, no. Our fam... Wait, no. Even the names of those you sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquests? I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. Doctor, remove my pain inhibitors. Is that from something? It sounds familiar. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. No, stop, I beg you. You can't do this to me. I'm Valence Van Varro, better than Gaius. It can't end this way. Ugh. I don't know what I heard, but it did not sound good. It sounded really not good. Do you just yeet him? It looked like the arm moved that in kind of like a slow yeet. And give them to me? Yeah. Let's take those pain inhibitors and put them back to work. Alphonse? Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. This I swear. I ask only that you, Melisandre, Raikon, and Rex watch over me. Oh my. That's quite the red rocket. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. Oh, could have offered to help you. It's all good. Watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. I understand. PC game controls game, Xbox controller. Stop. For games that don't do controller. Thank you. I am proud to call myself your son. What games don't do controller? First-person shooters. You don't actually play a first-person shooter on a controller, right? You're not going to use analog stick when you can do a pointer device and a keyboard. I mean, unless you want to turn it like either half speed or erratically. Elden Ring, I feel like games like Elden Ring are made with controller in mind. Because that game doesn't have like a lot of extraneous abilities and whatnot. Like Final Fantasy, you can play on controller, but you have to do a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like modification buttons. You have to like hold L down while pressing square or whatever. Like you can't do it all. The controller buttons are not nearly enough to play an MMO. So they do it with a lot of weird modifier keys. So you're like pressing key combos to get stuff happening, and it's clunky compared to doing it on the keyboard, but it's possible. Elden Ring has a much more limited control scheme, if I understand it right. Minecraft is, I don't know, that doesn't matter, it's just your choice. Baldur's Gate 3, I don't know the game well enough to be able to say. I played Fortnite on it. I wouldn't call Fortnite like a first person shooter. Wait, isn't Fortnite? Do you play in first person, or do you play that one like over the shoulder? Not claiming I was good. Oh yeah, I know it's awful, but I get carpal tunnel using the mouse. Oh, why don't you use a trackball, dude? This is like an amazing trackball. This one's from Japan, so it's a little hard to like get here in the States. You have to go to eBay or something, or third party reseller. But I don't have carpal tunnel. I just have friends that do tournament level first person shooter stuff, like the really, really competitive shooter stuff. And the meta has been to move toward trackballs, just because the fine motor movement required for like sniping and fast flick and that sort of thing, really, it works out better on a trackball. So I decided to give it a shot too, and I fell in love. Also, but this is just for me, but I do have in the arm that uses a mouse, I have a snowboarding injury, but I never really felt it playing with a mouse. I guess as I get older, maybe it's better if I'm on a trackball anyway, so that I never do feel it. Like maybe in 10 years I would start to feel it if I stuck with a mouse, but I didn't. I switched over. Unless it is like City Skylines style. I don't do MMOs either. Oh. I do Baldur's Gate 3 with mouse and keyboard. Tried trackballs, not really much interest in first-person shooters. Oh. Interesting. My background when I first started playing on PCs was pretty much text-based RPGs and first-person shooters. That's pretty much all I played. Yeah. It's been some time since we last heard from Gaius. Oh, when you first started playing, you did a lot of first-person shooters? Okay. Yeah, I don't play as much anymore. I think nowadays I like games that challenge me mentally, like story-based games, I guess I mean to say. I don't mean like puzzles. I'm not a big puzzler. But I like stories that challenge like what you're going to choose or what path you're going to decide upon, or just give you a challenging narrative to like talk about afterwards. Like a good movie, you come out of it and you're like, can we have some coffee and just like talk about what we just experienced? Like that kind of story, deep storyline sort of stuff. And a lot of that's just like really not in the first person shooter world. FPSs tend to have like minimal story at best and focus mostly on action, which I like, but I probably prefer to do high action sort of stuff with friends, because it's more fun to be goofing around with friends and helping each other out. And even then, I don't like first person shooters where you're like 4 people that all have the same weapon sets and you're just out like shooting at stuff. I prefer games where if you're going to play with friends online, each one of you has a role. And so you're learning a different aspect of the game and you're helping each other out in different ways from each other. So each one of you specializes in some way and gets good at one type of gameplay. I really sunk into like games like Overwatch and also like League of Legends for that reason, because everybody sort of specialized into different roles and got good at doing one type of thing better than everybody else. And that to me is more compelling. But yeah, lately it's been much more story games than almost anything else. Quake 1, Unreal Tournament, Unreal, Doom 2. Yeah. Games with guns as a dominant weapon is immediate no from me. Understand. I did the first version of that. It was a PvP mod for Quake 1. Interesting. Had classes like Healer, Sniper, and was called, CTF, Capture the Flag. Okay. Nice. I've played some Capture the Flag mods back in the day when I was younger. I almost forgot that part of my life. I think it was overwhelmed eventually by MMOs, because once I started on MMOs, I basically stopped playing almost every other genre of game. I played some here and there in bits and pieces, and I did go back to single player games off and on, but the experience of being around like hundreds of people and interacting in different ways with all of them was so much more interesting to me. And most of the communities I was in were actually pretty good. We had some antagonism here and there, But by and large, we were in great communities where I met a lot of people I really enjoyed, and even did meetups before with guildies in the past. A couple of my now friends, including the one that got me to start using a trackball, I originally met through MMOs, actually. I see. We will remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Valens Van Vara and the Weapon Project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Whirlet revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffered considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who had survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be fulfilled. Filled. In the years since, I have struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It is the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. Sad. What a sad ending to a long, sad chain of events. Ah, there's more. Oh. And wait, what is this one called? And love you shall find. Neat. I can see how heavily the burden weighs on him, just as it does on me. In truth, it never gets any lighter. We can only hope to grow strong enough to bear it. The recent events in Wellet have had a profound impact on the lives of many, many people, but none more so than Ali. She's been in a state of shock ever since he returned. We've even called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. Why Sid? He's an engineer. You see, there's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what's caused Ali to close herself off like this. Oh. She's explained it for me, thank you. I was immediately confused. But for the time being, all we can do is wait. There was one other thing. Avelina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go and see her. Well, I will. Wherever that is. Over there. But anyway, Jam, yeah, I basically tore the crap out of WASD and explained like how awful it was and how it's not even based in anything good like science. And then I explained how my control scheme is far superior. So you have to watch the VOD and prove me wrong. WAS. No, not WAS. I like WAS. WASD. WASD. WASD control scheme. God, it's such a beautiful area. I wish there was more stuff to do around this town. Waz is the name of one of my best friends. Wozart. B. Wozart on Twitch. Thank you for coming to me. I'm glad to see you none the worse for your experiences. If I could still use mouse key, I'd probably still be using it. But the controller's taken over almost fully. What do you mean if you could still? Just the carpal tunnel part? Is that what basically moved you away? Ah, pain. Yeah. Pain's a good reason not to. You rely on your hands for your job. Ah, gotcha. Do you think, was it from using the computer or working at your job that you developed carpal tunnel? Or just both columns? Computer? Oh, okay. Oh, your job is the computer. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be a part of Turncliffe, and future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You were always so kind to me, and now it's my turn to do the same for others. Avelina is absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Severa. Okay. Okay, just taking one last glance. As long as I avoid playing games with the mouse, I don't really have pain so much. Okay. Sometimes get some pain if I go really hard on some game, but it doesn't happen too often. Hard, like, focus hard? I'm trying to think of a game that, like, makes my hands hurt, but I guess I don't play those types of games. Oh, like long period of time. 12 hours a day. Oh, yeah. I can't game for 12 hours anymore. Except I did a 12-hour live stream. When was that? God, that was like a year ago, actually. I did a 12-hour live stream. That was really cool. I had a lot of fun. I would do it again in a heartbeat if I, didn't have a wife and kids and day job and everything. It was a fun day. Although I was sore. I didn't do enough stretch breaks. I really focused on like getting a lot of progress in the game I was playing. We were playing Cyberpunk at the time. But it's so folly. Like, why not just take games at your own pace and make sure you're actually taking care of yourself and your body and stopping and chatting with chat more? And I don't know. In my head for a while as a streamer, I was like, okay, I got to showcase these games. And then it dawned on me, like, y'all can just watch playthroughs of these games on YouTube whenever you want. You're obviously watching a live streamer because you want some sort of different connection, different engagement. And that's when I really started looking at this as something that we could grow into something bigger. And then I had to question, what am I most passionate about? What would I stand for? Why would people follow me? What would we want to bring? And that's when I rebranded myself as a disruptor. Basically somebody who takes everybody out of their comfort zone and questions and assesses and optimizes thinking so that we can come to better solutions for the world, better solutions for ourselves, better understanding of the opposite viewpoints on things, and level up. Hopefully my unique way of looking at things helps with that in some way and is entertaining along the way too. I try to get up at least once an hour if I can. Smart. It's no good if you don't. Oh yeah. That 12-hour stream, I did not do nearly enough stretch breaks, and the next day I was like, it was almost like I was coming down with something. I was like, oh, I feel like pre-flu. You know how you feel like achy, like I'm gonna get sick? That's what I felt like. I didn't get sick, but it felt like that because I had sat still for so long. I super get those stories about people who get into like marathon gaming at like internet cafes or whatever and just like keel over and die. Right. I think it could happen. Especially if you're sufficiently distracted from keeping yourself well. I hope all is well with Avelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word the Gaius will be here soon. Which will happen if I stare at this destination patch for long enough. Bloop. Yeah, it's pretty extreme. They probably got dehydrated. I'm sure that's part of it. Some of these folks also have cardiovascular issues that can turn into an event. If they sit still for long enough, it can cause some severe strain to your cardiovascular system. I wish to see Ali. Would you send for her? Knowing that these things that they use are called link pearls, I was always kind of wigged out that you might actually stick like a pearl in your ear. I don't know how they're actually fashioned, but the idea always seems kind of scary to like stick something round and bead-like inside of your ear. Like, how do you get that back out? Ali. Does she even recognize me? At first, we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems there is no more to it. There is more to it than that. The Chirurgeons say that this is most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. I think they're a type of earring. That makes sense. They use something like that in Vox Machina. Okay. I know they use them in Final Fantasy XI also, but I only played that for like 2 weeks. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic Orosite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core. So, how was Ali able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're still looking into. There's no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace. But after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them that strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Melisandre, Raikon, Rex, Alphonse, and Ali. They risked everything to win the freedom of Werlet. And now, it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld. This I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Werlet has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate. But the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't. And while nothing I can do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change, people change, and it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you've a need for my creations, just say the word. You know, Gaius, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years. But what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Ali, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. Oh, that's so kind. Look at these Empire people. Such growth. Such dynamics. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside, looking in. But I've realized if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up. And neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. And before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. All this time I've been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations. Evil made flesh. And while many who fight under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthen his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs he had committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband. In many ways, I still am. And even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone that they would be proud of. Now, I too have been given a chance to make a difference in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Werlit, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray, go in peace, my friend. Oh, we're saying goodbye to everybody. I see. This is a wrap-up. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Voldale and Severa and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Well, here they are. More orphans? Are you sure this is the right thing? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters, in one of the few areas that has escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Baelzar, and like Valens van Varo, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquests came at a terrible cost. Pray forgive me. I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. They don't look that relieved, though. They still look pretty scared. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally, victory was theirs. But it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice, and yet, they have entrusted the future to me, and I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there is only so much one soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Sometimes pointy ears just need to hear pointy ears. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the Chirurgeons look them over and find a place for them to stay. My reading's getting worse as I'm getting tired. I was tired like an hour ago, but yeah, sticking with it. I got a second wind, a little bit. Oh, there's more kids. They're multiplying. I've got kids. They're multiplying. Well, I mean, not with each other. That would be gross. But, yeah, there's more of them. Huh, I just realized why his name sounds so familiar to me. I was thinking of Gaius Baltar from Battlestar Galactica. Interesting. There might be some cross-influence there. I wonder. It seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. It seems I will have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Werlet is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of, and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan Resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you are passing by Porta Praetoria, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Please give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until next we meet. That's a long goodbye, but he's also a real major character in the whole world of this thing, so. Thank you for the lurk, Jim. Also, that might have been the last of a long chain of weapon fights. I can't type. So I get why there would be sort of a big outro, goodbye, wrap up of everything, understanding what's going forward with Gaius. And maybe setting a stage for a future expansion. All right. What have we got? What have you got for me? Welcome back, Ty. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. So what can you tell me of this diamond weapon? I think this is going to turn into diamond weapon extreme. By Raga's beard. Even for the Empire, that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. I can only pray that the citizens of Werlet are able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius' wards gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the weapon project. I shall add your account to our official report. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Resistance, and the whole of Eorzea, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. What I get? Did I get a little bauble for my house? Cutscene. Uh-oh. Back in Turncliffe. What you got? Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. He's got those memories. Is this gonna save her? Restore her somehow? Break her if we're not careful? Oh, he's got to try. A father, adopted or no, would try everything. Also, it was his son's last wish. It's releasing some sort of ether into the air. Oh, memories of the kids. And there's Gaius, back when he was a legatus. What? Oh, it's releasing a lot of other people's memories. Oh, including old version of her. Or younger version of her. Better stop believing in ghost stories. You're in one. Oh, everybody can see this happening. It's not just bespoke to the people. That's crazy. All the orphans. Don't just shrug at him. Those folks in full regalia were also Gaius's orphans. They're just older and already serving. They become villains. Such an interesting mask. Like, it actually looks like a face. I guess a few of their masks do. I think if I saw these many, like, living memories of my past come to life like this, I'd break. I would just start sobbing. Projections from within the synthetic aura site. Don't call me out. These are his memories. Their memories. Oh, look who's back. Ah, sorry, it's bright. It's so bright. She's there with all the sibbies. I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Ali. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him. In our place. And if you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. We want you to see this new world for yourself. We will forever be at your side, Ali. I'm the only one left. This is cool because these are some of the most dynamic characters in the game. A lot of characters go through arcs, but nothing quite so dramatic. I think these might be the most dynamically dramatic characters in the entire story. But I'll never be alone. Father. That's cool. I just want to spend more time in this part of the game. These are my favorite characters, and this is absolutely my favorite part of the world. Is this like southern provinces of the Empire area. Fee. I like that the weapons have brought us to this part of the world in this story. But I wish there was more, like, that you could actually spend time just hanging out and doing more in that part of the game. All right, let's go unlock this too. Hi. Of late, all I can think about is weapons, weapons, weapons. I channel this passion into crafting homages of my favorite war machiner, which is more than a mere hobby. It is the wind in my sails. All right. What have you got? An excellent choice. I'll have it ready in a jiffy. It's pulling out a diamond weapon. Oh, dang. Here it is, the most formidable of all weapons, one that requires no introduction. Having said that, I'll give one regardless. Let me begin with its alternate name, AEWIZ. Like the other models, it is an anti-icon war machiner, and the I is the numeral indicating that it belongs to the first, AEW1Z, first series of prototypes. Z seems to imply this is the final version. This is merely conjecture on my part, but the ruby, sapphire, and emerald weapons appear to have been designed from the outset to gather data for making improvements to the diamond weapon. But that's not all. The diamond weapon was equipped with a certain element that the other models lacked. This enabled it to reach its final perfected state. But it's the nature of this element that troubles me. Even after reading the reports, I'm still having trouble coming to terms with the sacrifices made in the name of the weapon project. Perhaps we should give a moment of silence for the young lives lost. was planning to give this sculpture to the people of Werlet as a reminder of the brave souls whose deeds eventually led to the independence from the Empire. As with my previous works, the sculpture can also be used to reenact your encounter with a weapon. I hope it will prove useful in preparing for whatever the future holds in store. The Cloud Deck Extreme, now accessible. All right. That's enough for one night. I get to sleep. Got a big old day tomorrow. Actually, a really big old nasty day tomorrow. So I gotta go. I gotta go quick. Hey, listen. Saturday, we're doing more Alan Wake 2. So be there for that story. We're starting back in again with Saga's story, which I'm really eager to continue on. I think it's the game's plot is it's clear, but I also have no idea where we're going next. It's clear so far what we've learned so far, but pretty curious how it's going to play out. So don't miss that. I'll catch you in a few days. Please don't leave me lonely. Come bother me in DMs, Discord, everywhere you can cyberstalk me. Go do that in the next couple days that I don't stream. And yeah, YouTube, Kick. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll catch you all in a few days. Bye.